they developed a variety which was called Manjari Medica, which was a no-waste variety. But when we asked them, is that being applied in the region or anywhere in the India, they said no. Then I asked them why, like what is really happening? They said it's been produced so that you could use that grape to process it into juice or say something else. But you don't really have an infrastructure to do that. So just researching on the things was not really helping. What was available in the market was also required, and you also need to understand it through the farmers on what really needs, like what the market demands. Because, I did talk to one of the scientists over there, which was very open to me, and he was like, do you want the real answer or do you want the a professional answer for me? I'm like, obviously both. So he's like, there is a system of hierarchy. So when it was established, it was for the sake of farmers, obviously. But now over the years, it's been about the promotion, not really about how it could be helping farmers. So it's like if I do the research paper, I'll get 10 marks. If I do this, I get 10 marks. But when it comes to going to the fields and taking the feedback and then understanding and then applying, it was all missing. Because you're already getting the marks and you're doing what you have been told to.
So the institute which you are proposing, it will do research. It will, who will conduct the research? I mean, again, there will be people who will be doing the research.
Yeah. So as it's a PPP, the research would obviously be from the the government side or the research institute which has been already built. But all the infrastructure or all the overlooking towards that, it would be from cooperatives of the region.
So that's why I was completely confused in the whole presentation. I couldn't understand why this building was required. What was the purpose of it? That's why these questions are coming. I mean, once we understand the purpose of the building, then we can question about the architecture of it, the relevance of it on the field, how it has been conceived. So if I just ignore all these parts, and if I just talk about your building, it was really beautiful, the way it has been done, the detailings, everything. But the whole link was missing for me in terms of why this building was required, what was the actually purpose of this building, then we can justify why this kind of an outcome.
Right.
Okay, you talked about your material when sir asked you, which is also justified, but again the fundamental question comes in, why this building is required and what will be the purpose. And when you are given 10 to 15 minutes to present your idea, and because you have worked 6 months on certain projects, you think that you want to tell everything.
Right.
But trust me, this is not only the platform. When you will go to the field, you will have only 10 minutes. Nobody gives you more than that, even at a World Architecture Festival. 10 minutes, you have to come to the crux of the project, and we are the people who have not been through your journey. So clear-cut issue, what was the outcome of those issues, inferences of those issues, and finally, what was the actual design? That has to be very clear.
Actually, I thank you for asking these questions because I couldn't manage to explain everything that was going on in the process.
Nobody can do it. I mean, there are the projects which are small and there are projects of master plan level. They have to explain in 10 minutes, and trust me, there are people who are very efficient. They just connect to the audience like what was the purpose and how it has been done.
Right.
And that's where it comes in.
I think this would help me further. Right?
Thank you.
I have one more question on seasonality of agriculture and how do you provision for that? Because obviously crops are not going to grow year round. And what's going to happen to the center seasonally?
The research part would still continue because it's not just about the time when the grapes just produced, like or are cultivated or are procured, but it's like a complete long process. But when we talk about the production unit, which would be a periodic time, the thing is these processes, the juice and the other things that have been proposed, these are very simple procedures which could be utilized even for other fruits or other things in the region. So I have proposed it specifically for the grapes, but it could be converted into anything else and accommodated likewise. Because there have been other instances, like in Nasik, they started with grapes, and then now they are exporting everything related to agriculture. So it kind of grows as the demand increases. Yes.
Thank you. I would also like to say nice project, and it stood out in the whole, in the exhibition. And best of luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. No, wait. If there are any questions from the audience, would like to ask any questions. Very silent audience. Nobody? Okay, so we'll go forward then.
I'll just like to congratulate everyone present here and all the best here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we will go ahead with choosing the next slip. We have Professor Akhtar Chauhan there with us. So, who will help us? Just we can take it to him. Yeah, please take this.
AE ATAP 25305. 25305. Architecture of stage realities examining heritage, hyper-reality and cultural identity in the digital consumer era.
Okay, have you tested out your... Just show her presentation. Go to a presentation. See whether you can go forward, go backward. Comfortable?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so we can start
Hello.
with the presentation. Start.
Good morning, everyone. So my topic was adaptive reuse of the historic Vada precinct with the integration of an agriculture institute. So there is a historic Mahatji Shinde Vada located in Zamgaon, which is in Ahilyanagar district. So it was built as a residence for Mahatji Shinde, who was a Maratha Sardar. So he shifted to Zamgaon from Satara along with a group of people. So they all settled inside this town wall, which is surrounding the Gadi. The Gadi is nothing but Vada surrounded by fort walls. So Mahatji Shinde, within a few days, he left for Gwalior, and then the entire Vada was left barren. So when Mahatji Shinde left, the people who came along with him also shifted towards the farmlands outside the town wall. So this entire site was left barren. So in 1955, Jivaji Rao Shinde, who was the heir of the Vada, he donated the entire site of 83 acres to Rayat Shikshan Sanstha for educational purposes. So since then, D.Ed College runs here. So D.Ed was one of the finest college in Ahilyanagar a few years back. A few years back, they have also started agriculture diploma courses. But now the Vada has a lot of space constraints, and also its deteriorating condition is demanding a new agriculture institute. So I am proposing a new agriculture institute right beside the Vada, which will have a new introduced agriculture bachelor's degree and the existing D.Ed and diploma courses. So my site is located in Zamgaon. So it is around 35 kilometers from Ahilyanagar. This site is well connected to the Pune Parner highway and here the Nagar Kalyan road. So the site has good bus connectivities also. Zamgaon is also known for its contribution of wind energy to the MSCB. So it has good wind velocities. So the site is surrounded by fort walls on all three sides and a small hillock on the west side. The site has existing structures. One is the existing Gadi, which is the Vada. The others are the three temples, small temples around 5 by 5 meter in plan, and a small stone structure over here. So also the site has a lot of entrance gateways, the main one being connected to the main road. Also there is a small temple complex situated just opposite the road. So most of the footfall is here and not inside the site. So this is how the site looks on a contours. This is the documentation of the existing structures on site. So my design approach revolves around 4 parameters. First being the cultural identity, how I have integrated the existing culture of the place into my design. So first being my design evolved around the central axis. So this central axis provides a constant visual connect to the Vada. So, and it also culminates at the Vada. So this creates Vada as the focal point, directly creating respect for the heritage on site. Secondly, solidarity with the existing Vada was created in terms of ratio proportion. So this is my design footprint. This is the Vada. So the ratio of the built and open spaces, the courtyards and all have been reinterpreted in the design. Fort-like character of the campus has been achieved because of the Maratha architecture, how monolithic and robust forms it has. Also, minimal facade ornamentation has been focused upon. Bastions have been resonated as wind catchers in my design. Even the arches have been reinterpreted in abstract forms. So for adaptive reuse, Vada should be given a role which will which will make it as a significant structure in the whole campus, because it should remain as a significant structure. So I thought library would fulfill the conditions effectively, because there are a lot of semi-open spaces and rooms with no light, ventilation. So library can fulfill it effectively, I thought. So next parameter was site symbiosis. So as I said, the site has a lot of existing structures like the temples and the stone structure. So a secondary axis was created. So this axis connected the existing structures on site with the campus. Integrated water management system has been created to recharge groundwater levels. Temple area as a contemplation zone is created. Even community involvement was my fourth parameter. So it being an agriculture institute, it should be helpful for the local farmers. So the research done in the college can be explained to the local farmers, which will boost the agriculture production. Even the temple complexes can be made open to the public. So at the master plan level, I have demarcated lands for each department of the agriculture course, like horticulture, genetics, plant breeding, agronomy and all. So at the master plan level, I have strategically placed recharge reservoirs, which will collect surface runoff during monsoon and also recharge the groundwater level, which will prevent drought-like situation which exists in Ahilyanagar during summers, because enough runoff is not seeped into the ground. Also, detailed calculations have not been done for the recharge reservoirs. It is a very schematic layout. So this shows an overall design proposal. So this is my central axis, which culminates at the Vada. And this is my secondary axis, which has pathways and sit-outs connecting the existing temples. And also the fort-like character has been achieved due to recessed windows. So this is my site plan. So this is my main entrance. The main entrance gateway is somewhere here. So the road goes here where the central axis starts. This is the drop-off. The parking is adjacent to the drop-off. The parking is under shaded trees and not any constructed shed. This is the secondary axis, and this is the service entry for the driveway and the secondary axis both. So this driveway caters to the library requirements, the lab requirements, the auditorium drop-off and all. These are the temples. This is Temple 1, Temple 2, and Temple 3. So all these temples are a food forest or a devrai has been created around the temples. So this will create a contemplation zone around the temples, and it will also create an ecosystem in itself, which will have a great environmental impact as well. So these food forests are of native trees, including jamun, boar, gooseberry, custard apple, which are locally found in abundance on site also. Also, the central axis has no trees on it, or no tall shade-giving trees. This is because to maintain the visual connect with the Vada all along our walk. It can be seen in this section as well. This section is cut directly through the central axis. How the water will also provide evaporative cooling and not make it hot during summers. So this is how the central axis looks. With pergolas on top with creepers, which will create an experience in itself while walking. So when we get drop off here, we enter the plinth. So this plinth, a grand plinth has been created just to reinterpret the plinth which the Vada has. The Vada also has a very grand plinth for the entrance. Similarly, then this is the admin block. So the admin block, we enter through the admin block in the institute. The admin block has the dean's cabin, the registrar's office, the accounts office and all. The existing stone structure has been given a purpose of serving as a pantry to the admin block. So this serves as a pantry. Then for entering the academic blocks, we go to the center of the central axis, then we enter like this. So upon entering, we do not encounter any built space, but we encounter a huge tamarind and mango courtyard on either side. So these two courtyards, they are the ethos of the entire campus because they are huge in size with shade-giving trees, and it also contribute to a lot in keeping the temperatures down during summers. So this block is the lecture hall block having 40 and 60 capacities. This is the faculty block which have faculty rooms, submission rooms, HOD cabins. This entire block is the laboratory block. So agriculture course demands a lot of labs. Around 14 labs have been provided with wind towers given for the bigger labs to provide good cool ventilation. Each block has the service and the circulation jutted at one end. So this block has the washrooms and the staircase at this end. Similarly, here the washroom and the staircases are at one end. Further south, we have the exam hall, the canteen, and the 350 capacity auditorium. So the canteen have a lot of open and semi-open spaces to sit. So this is a small sunken courtyard for the canteen to sit. Yes. So this is the first floor plan. The first floor plans follow similar plan as the ground floor. So the labs are over here. The faculty block remains here, and the lecture halls are here. So this section cuts across the central axis. So this is how we view the Vada walking through the central axis. The Vada being on a contoured site, it is always on an elevated level. So this is how we see while we enter the admin from the grand entrance plinth. This is how the secondary axis connects to the existing stone structure. This Vada forecourt acts as an important element because here it acts as an open research lab where experiments like hydroponics and aquaponics will be shown. So when farmer will come gather, they can learn from it. Open air lectures, hands-on workshops can be conducted here. So this wind catcher works better for larger rooms like the lab blocks. So we have wind catcher facing the west because the prevalent wind direction is the west, and the hot air will come out from the vents which are located on the opposite wall. Also, basalt stone is used for my design. So it is an RCC basalt stone composite material which reinterprets the basalt stone which the fort walls have, and it is locally available. So as I explained about the Devrai means nothing but the sacred groves, like the forest planted around temples, which makes it sacred. So a good paved plinth with seat out under the trees has been created in front of the temples. So the temples of Vitthal, Rukmini, Ram, Lakshman and Hanuman deities are there. So these deities are not present on the in the temple complex which is located outside the site. So villagers can come to visit the temples during festivities like Ram Navami or Ashadi Ekadashi only, and not come here on a daily basis. Otherwise, it would disturb the working of the entire campus. So I have adaptively reused the Vada into a library. So this Vada is not a heritage listed building or does not come under any this organization. So whatever has been in deteriorated condition, like the railings have fallen off, some slab have been deteriorated, some infill walls, they have made some infill walls. which are not needed for semi-open spaces. All that can be restored or changed. Yes. So on the ground floor of the VADA, I have provided all the librarians' cabin, the book stacks, some amount of seating, binding section, washrooms, and everything which are necessary. And on the first floor, only the seatings have been provided, so there's no problem of universally accessibility, even if there's no lift. Thank you.
Nagesh, you want to go ahead?
Good presentation.
Thank you.
My question is twofold. One is, imagine, this VADA didn't existed, right? Would the design be still the same?
If the VADA is
or
what?
would the expression differ?
Sir, could you please repeat the first sentence?
Imagine this VADA didn't exist.
Okay.
Would your institute be still the same, or would you approach it in a very different way?
I would approach it in a different way.
Okay. Now, why I ask this question here is that I think you are carried away by this whole spatiality of VADAs. You are playing it very, very safe. It looks as if it is like it's so very symmetrical. I'm not against symmetry, but it's so very symmetrical, and it's so dictated by the VADA itself, and you have really forgotten the program of the institute itself, right? So hence this particular question. Second, how do we abstract? Because it's a very, you've taken it in a very literal sense. Courtyards, corridors, this layering of a VADA, in a very literal sense. I think some amount of abstraction, would have allowed you to explore further, right? For example, the classic example we always look up to is the IIM Bangalore. Though, it has some relevance to the vernacular practices, but yet there is some sort of a newness in the way we look at corridors, the way we look at courtyards in today's time and space. You understood? So I think, the deterrent here is the VADA itself, right? So while making a choice of site, we always, carried away by this historicity that, okay, it's nice to build next to a historic place. But the flip side is, it tries to govern or tries to dictate your design process. Yeah?
Yes.
Thank you.
Respond to it in some way? No. It's okay. Actually, I was also observing something very similar. You articulated it well, sir, because building next to something which is iconic or historic is always challenging. You end up either mimicking or rebelling against, making something very obnoxious to kind of, stand out. So it's always a challenge. So my take on it was that visually, like these verticals and these little slits, when we were looking through various projects as a response, visually it looked very different, because you were not evidently trying to copy Indian motifs or symbols from how a VADA looked, and having little jharokas or whatever you could have done. So but then when you presented your overall layout, I was honestly a little disappointed that you didn't really pull away from the urge to go with the form which was dictated by the VADA, like sir said. So a little rebelliousness in questioning that and teasing it, maybe playing with it, maybe pushing it. I feel a little playfulness would have really added to the charm of the project, and I feel you should allow yourself to let loose, and I felt it was too restrained as a response.
Can we go back to the slide where you have shown isometry of the site? Not this one, the earlier one, with the context, the existing context. Yes, keep it. First, I'll continue what already sir has said, and that is very true, that sometime when we are dealing with historical buildings, due to out of respect, we just get carried away with that. And there is no harm in responding to it in today's time. I always say that if Le Corbusier or Louis Kahn or any of those masters, if they would have lived in today's time, they have made something else. So whatever we are building, it has to represent today. Just imagine, like, if the world dies and after thousands of years, somebody excavate this site and they tell, like, this was done in certain era and this was done in a certain era. So our response is to cater today's time, because we have a different technology, different requirement, and different speed. So that is very true. And there are a lot of layers in the design process. There is not a straight line process, like you go this, and this is your result. So you come back and again revisit the same thing. So how do you go away from this, keeping this historical site as it is? That one was your program, which I identified, like you designed a typical university building where all things are at one place. And you have given all your experimental land areas to the different department and to another side. What happens if this is an agriculture university where there are no theory, as like the previous jury, she was saying that researchers ignores what is happening actually on the field. So what happens if your classrooms are within the field? I'm just throwing an idea. I'm not saying that is the right way to do it, but what happens if that is a functional requirement of a university where a farm is the place where you learn? Farming is not learn on the boards or in the classroom. So what happens if the allocated land has its own classrooms there? Common amenity can stay at one place, the auditorium and administration and whatever it is. But the teaching things and the people who are actually working on the farmlands, they are sitting actually onto the farm. So your whole university is scattered. So that can be another approach. You can think about this and what that may be pros and cons of this situation, but you can always think out of the box. Where can we do this way? Where the purpose is served. Second thing was, when I look at your master plan and when I see this, I think you have not strictly followed the contours when you are putting your buildings. And mainly the road networks. The one of the road which goes like this near to the existing building, it is very straight, and I don't know what is actual slope, but in the section it feels like it has a heavy slope, and it cannot be that straight.
It is 1:20. Below the forecourt, it's around 1:20.
1:20. Okay. Below the fort, but no, there are certain roads we are going parallel to the fort. There was one road which was like service going upstairs. Okay. My whole idea is that if your site has certain contours, it should respond to those contours. That was I meant. It looks more organic, and as sir rightly said, you were so much carried away with the existing fortress, so you were just following that straight lines, and you said like it has to be straight line. It has to be straight line. The third thing, when again comes into the same criteria, like when you can you go back to the floor plan where you show the axis? Yeah. So you said you don't want to plant anything onto the main axis because you wanted to have uninterrupted view of the fort. But again, in the next slide, you says that there are pergolas and they are covered with the creepers.
Sir, so the pergolas are on the G+1 level, so they don't.
I know. But creeper won't listen to you. They will come down. Okay. What happens is, like, again, you are too much carried away with the things. That's why you think in a different way. If you visit this kind of historical places, in fact, I'll tell you about Udaipur. Udaipur fort, if you go, there are no straight direct views. You go, there are certain frames where you see something which is very beautiful. Again, you turn, you walk, you disconnect with the existing thing. Again, somewhere you come and you have a different viewpoint of the same place. and it is framed very nicely. So that creates a curiosity and suspense and a drama when the user is going through. It can be the same. When you are standing, you see somewhere, then you can walk in the shaded, and that's a practical aspect. You have to be in the shade. I mean, you cannot ignore that because I want to see it, I can ignore it. Okay. So sometimes you have to step back and think in a practical aspect also. And these challenges bring you a new design ideas, like how do I treat this? Like I want to have a view, but I still want to cater to this problem, which is like very practical. I have to walk in a shaded pathways. Okay. But overall, the quality of presentation and the quality of drawings and details are phenomenal. Thank you so much. It's beautiful.
I have a question since we were asking you all of this. Were there options during the design process where you did try something different which was responding to the contour? Maybe you placed something way up on the hill somewhere to overlook the field. Did you try anything different during the process and did you abandon it consequently?
Yes, actually during the process I was placing, during my first design development, all my institute block was here. So I wanted to make this plain, like just a garden. So there won't be any building just in front of the Vada. So that was my initial concept. But then later I realized just to give it some importance, just to make it part of the campus constantly. So
So I believe the iterative process in design is way more valuable than the final product, because even during construction and making of buildings, it is iterative and discoveries happen during the process. So keeping yourself open to iterations, maybe perhaps even looking at the merit in different iterations before you go to a final version is a nice way to look at design process.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, just wait. If there are any questions from the audience, we can take. Anyone from the audience wants to ask any question? Nobody? Again? The audience is sleeping now. They should now wake up and ask some questions. Okay, you can, also the participants can ask questions. No problem. If you have any questions to ask, they can also participate. Okay, so I see no questions. Okay, then thank you. Okay, so before we start with the next presenter, we'll tell Rajesh, faculty member, to
code first. So it's AEATAP 25365. Reconfiguring housing. Yep.
thank you. You can start, you can looking at the presentation, preparing for it, while the next presenter can get ready. Okay, can you start the presentation? Run through your slides and everything, see whether they are working.
Yeah.
They're working?
Yeah.
This one is which one? Naam bol do. For the jurors, this is the reconfirm. What is this one? आप slip दे दो ना. Slip है ना आपके पास? No, slip is this slip is the old one. So it's architecture of staged realities. ठीक है. Okay, you can start now.
Hello everyone, my topic is architecture of staged realities. My study started with a quick walkthrough through the city using social media. So whether it be those walkitecture tours that you see while scrolling through your Instagram, or a basic hoarding which has something dancing, it just attracts you and tells you that it just attracts you and you just get hooked onto it. The main aim was to study the thesis through, was to study a particular urban environment through the means of social media, to understand how our screens are actually impacting the way we perceive the environment. So these were a few sites and a few media influences that I tried to study to understand how an urban environment is getting affected by it. The main conclusion throughout the study was that spaces are now becoming moreover about the experiential economy. They are more about how you experience the spaces through your screens more than how you actually experience them when you're in it. The main idea moving ahead was to realizing that this digital consumerism is something that is happening around us, to making sure that that is also indicated and equally implemented in our designs. It was to utilize this phenomena to revitalize a chosen urban setting. Going ahead, I tried to shortlist multiple urban environments around the city of Mumbai, and finally decided to go with heritage urban villages as my main site of intervention. While studying heritage, there are multiple stages in which heritage is, let's say, manufactured, whether it be recognition, preservation, commodification, interpretation. The main focus of this thesis lies between the area of interpretation and loss, where social media is interpreting the heritage into something else, and that is something which is potentially leading to its loss. So the idea was to identify this area and work on it. Okay, so decoding multiple such living museums in Mumbai, looking at Ranwa village, Kotachiwadi, Mathapakdi, etc., I eventually went ahead and chose Mathapakdi as my site for the thesis. So Mathapakdi is located in Mazgaon near the dockyard area, and as you can see from the plan, it is surrounded by mid-rises and high-rises. So it's a heritage precinct that stands trapped in time within the upcoming development. It's basically a East Indian village with a heritage precinct status. Originally a fruit orchard farm, it eventually developed to become a prominent East Indian settlement where people from Goa and Salsette Island flew to this part of Mumbai to get access to Mazgaon docks. So this is the basic site plan. So you can see that the topography, or sorry, that the typology of the structures is mainly residential and G+2, and it is surrounded by high-rise buildings. From the sketches on the right-hand side, you can see that the edge conditions are very much undefined. They are G+2 structures which do not actually resonate with what is actually within. They are like extension to the main village area. Studying the precinct further, it was realized that these people are facing a lot of redevelopment threats because they are not able to maintain the existing Portuguese architecture that is currently there. So noticing that the ownership status, they had a Pagdi system, which also, it basically was very difficult for them to maintain the existing structure. So the thesis further on also revolves around how the infrastructure could be preserved. While framing the basic argument, I started with noticing certain smaller things like the staircase, the pitched roof, the smaller nameplates that they had, which resonated their whole identity to their Goan roots. These smaller things is actually what built up the whole structure. So having a proper, like a form-based code or an infrastructure toolkit which recognizes and identifies this became one of my major interventions. Secondly, it's a Goan precinct, so even as you walk through the precinct, you can smell a lot of food items, the bakery, the Goan curries, etc. So the culinary bit of it is also something I've tried to target here. Further identifying, like I said, that the edges are something that I've eventually developed, so they are not really resonating with the main structures. So developing the edges and working them so that they are more permeable and so that the structures are more permeable and visible from the road level is also something I've tried to target further. Next, the basic infrastructure, like there are no parking spots because the roads are too narrow, so parking becomes a hindrance. Secondly, the water management system, fire management system is also something I've eventually addressed. Within the precinct, there are multiple abandoned dormitories and abandoned structures which are in a pathetic condition and need redevelopment. So coming up with certain strategies to cater that and certain interventions for that is also something that has been done. So the design strategy revolves around three main levels. First is the infrastructure incentives, like I said, which includes fire, basic redevelopment, basic master plan level zoning. Second is a collaborative economic approach, in which I've come up with interventions and structures that will help them to earn money so that they can actually go on through the repairs. Third is using the culinary tourism aspect of it to come up with interventions that help with that. So this is the basic master plan of the precinct. The main idea behind this was that all the structures, the core of the village is where the main Portuguese architecture lies. So I've tried to keep that intact. Whatever proposal I have for that are basically infrastructure level, like certain interventions that they could do on the roof, then how the windows could be tackled, something that will help them maintain the existing infrastructure. Whatever newer interventions I have are on the edges of the precinct. So if you see all the sites that I mainly have are on the edges, and the edges are something which are extension of the core. So all my newer interventions are actually happening over there. Whatever redevelopment is happening, I have planned it to go in the parking and the redevelopment zone that I have segregated at the master plan level. There are three major interventions happening here. First is the community hub. The community hub is a maker space, it's a library. On the ground floor level, it's a community kitchen that connects with the village to the outside area. The second is a concept store. The concept store is actually a commercial setting which works in a collaborative scheme with the government, where whatever earnings are earned, they are actually shared with the precinct for the infrastructure development there. Third is the visitor center, which is like an entry to the precinct. Next, there is also a hostel which I've identified. The hostel, the Mogan Ghar. Mogan Ghar is the hostel. It's like a place where people could have cheaper accommodation and actually live within the existing precinct. So this is the first structure, which is the community hub. It is located on the edge of the precinct. The community hub is developed on a smaller site, and the idea here was all the architecture you can see has certain things like the pitched roof or the foyer space, which is very huge, the staircase that winds around it. There are smaller elements which are taken from the precinct and combined together to give a contemporary language to the structure. This structure becomes like a symbol to the entire precinct since it's at the very entry. The form is developed in a way that on the right side you can see a triple height space that is happening. That space is actually something which gives you a proper vantage point to the precinct. So anyone walking through the road could actually directly see what is happening in the precinct and the structure as well. This is the basic ground floor plan. The darker hatch part is the area from where you can go from the road level directly into the precinct. So it's what gives you view of the precinct as well. On the ground floor is mainly a community kitchen which caters to the industries that are around and also to the main precinct area. So it becomes a perfect combining feature of the structure. Eventually, as you move forward, there are spaces like maker spaces, auditoriums, library, etc. This is a basic section through the structure. Through the section, you can see the triple height space, which gives you view of the precinct and the structure itself. This is another section through the precinct. This is the basic A-type roof that I was talking about, which resonates with the proper language of the precinct. The idea of the structure was to have a form that is G+3, which is something that resonates with the typology of the existing structures also. This is the basic view that tells you about the A-shaped roof. So for a layman who wants to go here, they would immediately identify the roof that is prominently visible here. So you enter through the main foyer space, you can see the precinct right through it, and this becomes a permeable space for anyone to identify the precinct as well. This is the concept store. The concept store is basically a commercial hub. On the ground floor, you will find retail spaces, and the top floor is a culinary space, which combines features like an experimental kitchen, cafeterias, etc. that takes its roots from the Goan culture that is in the precinct. The form here is again developed. The form here is developed according to the roofs and the basic style and G+3 typology to resonate with the heights of the existing precinct. So this is the ground floor where you can see the permeability aspect happening. Anyone walking through the road could directly get into the precinct and also get a view of it. On the upper floors, there are retail spaces and again cafeteria and experimental kitchen that is happening. Now this structure is something that basically behaves like an attractor to a lot of younger generation. Spaces like experimental kitchen, workshops, retail, etc. have been curated accordingly. This is the basic view of the structure where you can see
Major parts. One was infrastructure, second was economy, and third was culinary. So, why do you think that?
Let's start from the jurors are done. Because the jurors stop speaking.
Building failed in keeping it properly. Because they couldn't solve what was the question. So sloping roofs are staging a big comeback. Good or bad, I mean, it's questionable, but so there was this comment where somebody, I don't know the name, so he's Austrian architect who called for flat roofs. What was the name? And in the process, he invented waterproofing industry. So that part is the clip. Going in for
We're ready, but just let them stop when we start. Let the jurors concentrate. Okay. One? Okay, so we can start now. So it's the reconfiguring housing 25365. You can start. You can start now.
Yeah. So my thesis is titled Reconfiguring Housing, Density and Rental Economy in Gangtok. The thesis began with a biographical study of dense housing in Daragaon, a rapidly growing neighborhood in one of Gangtok's most populated wards. Emerging from former urban agricultural land, it has transformed into a dense residential area. The research explored how very high population density shaped built form in hilly terrains and the kind of urban life it produced. Neighborhoods in Gangtok have developed organically along the roads, shaped by slopes, landslides, and heavy rain. Limited access to land has made every square foot valuable, leading to dense construction and full plot use. Streets are often encroached by building entries and facades, reducing ventilation and making many interior houses hard to reach. The key finding during the research was that while open spaces decreased with rising density, the sense of publicness within the neighborhood had increased. Due to limited open spaces, terraces have become essential for social gatherings, children's play, and even religious services, while homeowners use their terraces as extended family gathering spots. The tenants' children often lack dedicated play spaces and resort to parking lots or shared areas like courtyards. A central courtyard once used by the owners gradually turned into a shared play area for children from rental units and nearby homes as the owners' use declined. Informal institutions like churches have become increasingly common in the residential clusters. Most of these work on rental basis. Approximately one church exists for every 15 to 20 houses in Daragaon, with services often held in private homes or on terraces. Increased density has led to interconnected communities and inspired new forms of institutions. Homes and communal institutions coexist with sectional layers, creating a spatial social framework where homes and shared spaces are interwoven. The emerging urban condition shows a shift in housing, emphasizing privacy and openness. Over the past decade, the privatization trend has reshaped residential environments from shared entries to gated upper floors. As ground spaces shrink, terraces have become key shared spaces, creating a second condition where community life grows despite limited open land. Balconies, shops, and streets act as informal extensions of home and public space, encouraging social ties. Homes and domestic institutions now form layered, interconnected buildings where new communal forms emerge. This dense environment sees rising publicness, yet remains rooted in private ownership. For the design, the site is located on a steep 30-degree slope in Taragaon, Gangtok. The site is shaped by a strategy of combining adjacent plots owned by members of an extended family. The site is situated between two vehicular roads and a stairway runs all along the plot. The strategy is to merge, create better spatial possibilities and support the development of a rental-based living model that is both functional and flexible. The plot houses 3 nuclear families occupying the top 3 floors and 2 floors of the buildings respectively. The lower floors accommodate 18 rental families across the 3 structures. The owner families travel frequently to each other's houses and celebrate together, maintaining close ties despite living in separate units. The original family home has been converted into a student PG, and an adjacent empty plot is reserved for future rental development. So the concept was seeing the site through a gradation of publicness, where the ground level is the most public and the upper floors remain largely private to the owners. I am working with the existing condition to rebuild on this layering. The approach involves connecting these levels and negotiating their degrees of publicness to generate singularizing units. Open spaces in between become key, and exploring ways to link terraces back to the ground, forming newer intermediate levels of use and interaction. The form of the building emerges by placing built volumes in response to site contours and surrounding conditions. From this mass, voids are carved to create shared open spaces, terraces, and connectors. These voids are not residual but intentional and intentional interruptions that bring in light, air, and social pause within the density. Rental units are singularized around these voids. The grid comes from the existing room sizes, which are 3 by 2, 3 by 3, 3 by 4, and 3 by 5 meters, respectively. The design is an exploration of carving spaces from the mass to create light-filled, shared areas while shaping circulation, spatial order, and social interaction within the dense site. So the building rises 5 levels with rental residential units that faces the open ground and then cascades down to public institutional spaces. Below it, opening a new public street and again cascading down to student housing units, above it being the owner's residence. The entrance to the owner's residence is situated on the 4th level, where the living and kitchen areas are linked via shared terraces, allowing elderly family members to move more comfortably between different parts of the extended household. On this level, one unit houses the kitchen, which is connected to the terrace to function as an extension to the dining space and further connects to another owner's foyer and the bedroom spaces, while the third has a private terrace. Together, these interconnected terraces act as buffer spaces between the families. As the slope rises, the 2 units above gradually transition into rental accommodations. A newly designed street in between, along with a terraced courtyard on the right, creates a spatial buffer separating the rental units from the owner's residences. The same strategy repeats across levels where shared terraces emerge even between rental units. In most cases, these terraces also serve as primary entries to the house. With interiors often modest and restrictive, they offer a rare sense of openness, functioning as extensions of daily life while also providing dignified spaces where tenants can welcome relatives or hold small gatherings, possibilities their confined rooms alone could not support. On these levels, so by connecting the levels, the building generates newer grounds that not only create extra economy for the owner but also functions as commons for the neighborhood. The terrace serves as a shared space for owner's family during celebrations, and at other times it is rented for sports training, institutional activities, or simply used as a hangout spot for neighbors. This elevated ground is further activated by shops and small programs directly connected to the pedestrian walkway, drawing the public in. At level 7, the terraces display varying degrees of publicness with 3 major access points linking them to the cluster's main pedestrian walkway. This level also includes 1 shop facing the walkway, 4 rental units, a public toilet for the shop owners, and an institutional space. One of the spaces is imagined as a library. So the library connects directly to the new owners, the new street, which makes the entry more public. The other access is connected to the student unit below, which then becomes a more private access. The climate of Gangtok defines the roof slope, and the public spaces are defined through translucent poly sheets and also to maintain natural light. Some terraces are left open to capture sunlight views and views to reach every house, while sloping roofs are carefully placed on other terraces to provide shelter without blocking the sight lines, allowing flexible use in rainy and cool climate. Here in the section, the street extends inward to create a public terrace, while the lower levels transform into green courtyards that encourage the residents' gardening practices. This also pulls the street inward, forming another larger ground that generates economic activities. The stilts create different volumes of spaces while descending through the steep terrain. The west-facing elevation opens towards the valley, where a mix of large and small windows reveal the difference between the owner spaces and the rental units. The north side, prone to dampness and moisture, has no windows or only narrow slit openings. The east side serves as the main entry with 3 access points stepping down into the building, leading to the new ground and links upward to the upper floors. The south side receives maximum sunlight and is lined with windows for light and warmth. Similarly, the terrain necessitates a lightweight structure and dry construction methods, leading to the use of steel framing with insulated walls, clad externally with metal sheets and concrete panels, and finished with timber casement windows. To conclude, the design attempts to tackle the density of Gangtok while actively trying to make space for commons. It attempts to take from emerging urban conditions and generate a model through a grid that can be repetitive and also incremental, in which rental units are singularized around the voids to improve ventilation, access, and spatial autonomy. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharanya, you can start.
It's a very bold project, and considering density and the challenges of working with the slope, so I'm glad to see that it is a detailed exploration. I have 2 questions. One is the language of the built form. I understand the massing and the need for commons and the void and the mass and void working together. But at the same time, I would have been more excited if I saw a little more exploration in terms of materiality, language, a little bit of articulation of even the openings instead of, the standard sill level, lintel level. I saw some taller ones, but it seemed very standardized. So second part of it is also when the context is so limiting in terms of what you can do and density is mandatory. Can there still be a flavor? Can there still be an experiential quality which is beyond just the, places where you get sunlight, places where you don't, but also in terms of something to touch and feel and experience as you walk along these spaces? So these finer textural details or, details of materiality, I feel would have added more character. I'm also curious about the ground plane. because it seems like there are stilts and things have been raised above the ground itself. So my concern is if the ground is left like this, if a few, if trash falls through, if various things happen, then that ground is going to be unkept and uncared for. And oftentimes I've seen in these hill stations, like you have like a fully trashy kind of ground level thing happening. So I was also thinking about services at the same time, like what is happening with respect to sanitation, what is happening, because when we are rotating and playing around with things, what happens to toilets, what happens to where rainwater spouts come down, where does it go into the ground, what happens to all of these kind of elements, because that's what we use the ground plane for.
So in terms of the experiential qualities, I was kind of trying to look at light as where it could be explored more with the materiality, where it could become like the phenomenological experience of the building. But yeah, I agree it could have been explored a lot more. And yeah, what was your second question?
The ground plane.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of keeping it clean, like what I've experienced is that, like, the people there, they really take care of their spaces around, and if it is like a really social space, and I don't.
Is it accessible because it looks like it's under the buildings and it's happening?
Yeah, so in the section, if I show you. Yeah, so these stilts are all accessible and they become spaces to, like, niches in the building.
In the model, it wasn't very evident that they were accessible.
Very good work. It's an epic section, which you showed in the beginning. I can't simply take off my eyes of that particular section. One silly, stupid question: how do you build this in such a dense area, when the land is so very steep?
So if you see in this photo, there are like, you have to keep a minimum of 3 meters, but usually people don't even keep that much and they'll extend on the upper floors and all. So that kind of constructions keep going on. But yeah, on my project.
How do I bring in building material? How do I bring in? Do you use machinery to do
No,
this?
so it is not accessible by vehicular road, and it is, you only have to, like, manual labor will be required. You'll have to carry it manually.
So, a question related to that is, did you think of making it like a Lego blocks, prefabricated? Because you said, you're going to make it a little lighter structure because of the geography, and also, I don't know whether it comes under the seismic zone. So, if you could, I don't know, a possibility of making it more prefab, pre-engineered stuff, airlifted, brought down, to make the ground. I mean, you don't have to disturb the ground, but you can just plug and play sort of a scenario where, and to answer Sharanya's question also, that you could have probably left the walls free so that, there's a possibility of, making this openings much more larger and so on and so forth. So because, it's so critical, especially, in a terrain like this, and you're trying to densify, by, putting a lot of piles, and so you're going to actually deform this entire land. So construction is another method, where, and rather it gives a very, appropriate solution to build in such terrains, and making it much more viable economically also. because everything has to be transported manually, and I think it's a very labor-intensive sort of work. Uh, yeah, I mean that was my apprehension.
Uh, as I've stated earlier, the, again, graphical quality and the way you people present is really phenomenal, and it's always attracts us to see more into it, and that was nice. Thank you so much for that. We have discussed a lot of issues apart from when you are designing in such context where already the site is very steep, density is very high, constructability is limited. But in overall presentation, you didn't talk much about climate. Like what is a Gangtok's climate and what this demands. They are being very dense because of the necessity, their requirements. But what happens to the climate when, as a designer, you are building it? What kind of exposure is required for the climate to make these spaces more habitable? So did you do anything with that, because there was no evident in the whole presentation?
Yeah, so I responded to the climate with the materials that I talked about, the insulated walls and it being light.
I'm not talking about the materials only. I'm
Yeah.
saying what is the climate of that?
So the climate is cold for all throughout the year, and it rains. It rains in monsoon very heavily. So I responded to the climate through the facade also. Like I talked about the north, it gets very damp. It does not get sunlight, and therefore I thought of not giving any windows on that side. But then it is important to give larger windows on the side where you get ample of sunlight, and the sunlight is only for a few hours in the day. So then it becomes important to keep the space warmer. So I responded it through the facade mostly, and yeah, the materials.
So there are two challenges you have. One is you are saying there is a limited sunlight available. So when you are putting things into a dense fabric, that probability reduces further. If you say that you are putting on the south, but for such case there is no north, east, west, south. If you go little bit lower onto the ground, because it is surrounded by the dense fabric, so anyway light is not penetrating into that if you go by the standards. So the extra care would have to take place here to bring more lights in when you have a very limited source of light. Okay, so in this condition, any side, north, south, east, west, after a certain point of time there will be no light. In a winter seasons, when sun is little bit lower, you will not get light, direct light. So I think the whole climate part was unclear, and I couldn't understand. And because you were too much focused on the steep slope and putting this all blocks into a section, carving out the spaces. In terms of spaces, they are very beautiful. Like all of your sections and intervention, they shows a lot of weaving happening of the open space and build space and things. They were really nice. But when it comes to this practical aspect of it, I think that one part was missing. You said incremental at certain point of time. That is a issue which already you have identified, because people are not in a control. They'll extend themselves if they are given a choice. So how will you control when you allow any kind of incremental things happening in your design? They will ruin your terraces. They will occupy your terraces. They will build because people think that when it comes to their personal needs, they'll sacrifice the most beautiful thing they have.
So I have placed the units in such a way that the terraces are the entries. So if you will close it, if you'll close the terrace, it will become very difficult to figure out another circulation point. So I mean, those were obviously the challenges when I was designing. I was also constantly thinking that they could just extend, they could just close the terrace and make a bigger rental unit. But then, yeah, most of the places I've tried to place it in such a way that it really becomes difficult to then like kind of trying to control it in a way where they don't, because then the entries of the houses become very difficult. Yeah, I think that's
As discussion with sir, you said that it's impossible to bring a vehicle there. They already have compromised to that level that vehicle are not coming inside. So walking a man, it's possible. I mean, they will build it. I'm just saying that you have to be aware when you define the language and parameters, you must define these issues and put it in a way that it is impossible to build in certain way, like you put certain kind of an elements of which you cannot remove and put it a block there. That's needed to be understood. And all these three summarizing the spatial quality of the space, because in monochromatic it looks fantastic because of the slope and intervention you have done it, but it would have been better if you would have discussed about the spatial quality of all the spaces which are built on all the floors. It was too much to grasp and it was all monolithic, so couldn't understand the overall quality and connection of the spaces for me. But very beautiful work.
Thank you.
Another suggestion. I know that Sikkim is an organic state and there's a lot of talk about all of this. So something else from the context which could have added a little more flavor to the design, because I feel that the context in this project came about as a limitation. It limited how you built, whether it's constructible or not, how high you go, you know. It was responding to what was not there. But what can be newly brought in which could bring in a breath of fresh air, which could change the dynamics of what is already there. So perhaps an inspiration from this organic kind of movement, something else which could value add beyond, going beyond the limitations of the place was something I was thinking about.
You want to respond to that?
I mean, yeah, it's an interesting thing, but I mean, again, but then the density becomes an issue again. So, like, trying to fit in, like, I was struggling with trying to put one more rental unit, because then again, why would they do this whole combining the plots, and why would they again, you know, develop all the houses? Because if I have to give some extra percentage of what they already have. So that was becoming a challenge.
No, so the real world is where we struggle with making all of these ends meet with respect to not doing design, and we very often don't. And so it's really nice, like everybody has pointed out, your sheets really stood out in the sections, and you know the amount of thought you've invested in meeting the needs of people living there. But often we are limited by this process of meeting needs and bringing in something else. You know, sometimes people forget some of their needs if you bring them something transformational. So that could be a different, you know, a little element of that could also kind of bring in excitement into the design.
Yeah.
Curious to know who owns this project, who builds this project.
No, I mean, that was... No, that was actually the starting point. That was actually the starting point, because like random neighbors wouldn't come together and combine their plots. The larger strategy was to combine plots, which would create better opportunities. I mean, even if a bigger scope was possible, then I was also, like, while I was there on the site, I never really saw people on wheelchair out in the city. So that was again another challenge. Like, maybe if I were able to incorporate elevators, then the elderly might have more, might get a chance to be outside. So yeah, I mean, these three plots belong to the same family. There are 3 nuclear families and it's extended family. So that one plot was how I decided to, so that family can come together and they get better, like more profit if they combine their plots.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions from the audience? Oh, there is one. Oh, there are many questions now. The audience has suddenly woken up. Chalo, please give the phone to the audience. We'll go to you also. First, there's a question here. We'll take. then we will. I'm so happy to see the audience finally waking up. Yes, the participants can ask questions. Just don't disclose your name or anything. Just you can go and ask questions.
Hi, so this area falls under Seismic Zone 4 if I'm not wrong, and given the site conditions, did you make any design considerations with respect to that as well?
Yeah, so in this zone, you are allowed to go a certain height, and I have maintained that throughout the project. And in fact, I've tried to reduce it in most cases. So stilts, you can make stilts. There is a restriction to the maximum height of the building, which is maintained throughout the project.
Beautiful drawings. I just had a question that since these were all handmade drawings, did you find it very restricting while making iterations?
No, so they are drafted drawings on software. They're just rendered with hand.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Any more questions? Okay, I think
That was
I will
not a
like to see
sarcasm.
more
Huh?
questions from the audience during the
I
next
really
presentation.
appreciated that.
Yeah, I mean, that's been my, throughout the 5 years, that's been
Yeah,
my
when,
practice.
when I was in college in 2001 to 2005, and that time there was a serious restriction on using CAD and stuff like that. So literally professor used to tell us not to use it, they enforce not to use it. But before I took admission in architecture, I started already learning the software. So I used to do the same. Drawing on the computer, getting the print, doing the inking on top of it. So, not a problem.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we are actually finished with the first section of our presentation, architectural concerns. So now we will take one more remaining, but in the slip you are in the new, choosing the slip you are in the new section. So we have time actually before lunch also, so we will start with the presentation for the other section, social concern. So so we'll start picking up the slip. So Shomika, please help us, faculty member of the college.
AEAT SC 25337. Retreat Village at Ratnagiri.
Retreat village at Ratnagiri.
Yes, you forgot your number. Okay. 25337.
You there, na?
Yeah.
Ah, there you go. So you get ready. Okay. Meanwhile, you can take. Three क्या हो जाएगा तेरा खत्म हो जाएगा. Just check the presentation. Just check your. Don't start the document. Can slides are working and everything is working. चल रहे ना?
Okay. Morning all.
Let the jurors are there. Just wait for the jurors to just settle down. This is the standby, yeah. Do we need to read the number? Just the number. Just wait. No, standby का number पढ़ देते हैं ना. नंबर पढ़ देते हैं, मैं नंबर पढ़ देता हूँ. हाँ. We'll read this number so that full number. That's the number they need. Yeah, we'll just read you the number also if you want. It's AEATA P2 5353. And we'll give you more space to write also. Don't worry. Just there, na? Back side. ठीक. So that's the this is the presentation. Huh? That's the number, na? P25353.
Correct. Okay. So we just quickly, I'll just explain you the background of this project, why this project was needed, and we'll go through the process. So I'll have to explain you two aspects. One is how I developed the master plan, and second is how I developed my terminal building. So to introduce, this is a airport which is proposed by the Maharashtra Airport Development Corporation in Purandar near Saswad, which has a site area of 7,000 acres, which is huge, almost at a scale of Navi Mumbai, which is proposed presently being built. So my my master plan has a built-up area of 48 lakh square meters, and out of it, my terminal building focuses on 2 lakh square meters total built-up. So this was a hand-on model with some 3D printed planes. Next. So to analyze the site for such a huge scale, we'll have to look at each and every aspect of what the site offers, what are our takeaways from it, and what we can develop it further. So present airports are particularly built in a very haphazard manner, is what I feel. It lacks connectivity from the city, and it is rather a reactive development than a proactive development, because the time when Pune airport or Mumbai airport was inaugurated, it had already escalated the capacity of the number of occupants that it was designed for. So I'm looking at it in a very particular sense, where this building would accommodate 75 million passengers per annum, which is near to the scale of the current Navi Mumbai airport that is proposed. And of course, we have a large site, so I have the potential. So in the future, now when my site is being developed, we have a proposed metro route which is directly accessing my site. We have a outer ring road. So Pune has proposed 2 ring roads. So one is the inner and the outer, which will make accessibility to my site better. Then in the rainy seasons, particularly in the climate of Pune, we have excellent panoramic views. And just for the context, this is the Malhargarh Fort towards the north side of my site. We have the Saswad city. So you can understand the scale of this site as compared to Saswad cities. It is huge, and we have a river flowing through the south. So this is where it stands still. And for connectivity, we talked about how I'm going to access the site. For views, it is always to the site and from the site. So imagine if after this airport is developed, I just stand on Malhargarh Fort and I'm just capturing a glimpse of what is being built. Existing greens and features. Pune offers very good green conditions, where I have Malhargarh Fort, so naturally my water, I have great catchment areas. I have some natural features, water features. So MADC, the Maharashtra Airport Body, has proposed a line of scope. This is already a proposed airport by the government. The site is also proposed by them. They have a line of scope. So now they are planning to build an airport within this purple line, which will have 2 runways and 1 terminal building. These are the wind patterns. So we have our Purandar Fort here. The wind flows particularly from west to east. Next. So I'll just explain how my process of developing the master plan, which is very important in case of projects like airports. Maharashtra Airport Development Corporation has proposed 2 runways. So I am proposing a 3rd runway, which will act as an expansion strip, which will primarily focus on the efficiency, because if we are forecasting the needs of future of these buildings, we'll have to make necessary provisions for these kind of infrastructure. So the moment my third runway adds up, my terminal building functions in a different way. So I'll have to incorporate that before. It's not like I've planned my building and then the expansion goes on and on haphazardly. That's not the way how it works. So I have sandwiched the building, my terminal building here. I have my main spine axis from the west with all my cabs, taxis, private vehicles, metro line, which will come here. I'll have a nice drop off, and then I'll proceed to my terminal building, which will have some expansions here, some services here. I've arranged the parkings. These are some context cities. So the main spine axis is like this, west to east. What are the bad things about this is there is no segregation of public and private transport, which is a very important aspect to look at. So in the second case, I've tried to segregate that. So private vehicles will come from here. Public taxis and all will have separate lanes. They have separate drop-off points. But again, the parking building, that was an issue because I'll have to propose travelators. And now, if we are thinking of sustainability, proposing travelators is costs that much. So it is again not a very sustainable option. So again, this option does not work. In the third option, I've tried to segregate the entries, but I've taken it all from south. So what happens here is I get a nice landscaped area, some nice drop-off for my terminal building. All my cargo is segregated. What happens here is two runways are besides each other, which is not very efficient because when a plane lands, Maharashtra Airport Development Corporation is thinking that we'll make the airport efficient. And if I place my runways next to each other, my efficiency drops down because one runway is only going to be used at a time. The vortex of the plane is so huge that again my efficiency will drop. So this option was rejected for another reason, because the longer side of my terminal building is wasted in the drop-off, which is not really required. I could have more contact stands there, more parking spaces. So I will minimize the chance that I have to go from a bus far away where my plane is parked. So in the final option, I have a spine axis like this. So I have a one-way loop that flows around the west. I have a cargo which comes from south. The cargo terminal is placed here. Again, we did not have a expansion strip in this option. So we are getting this opportunity here. My terminal is again sandwiched. Next. So this was the proposed final scheme. All my boulevards are flowing across a one-way route. I have a nice river. I have two runways, and these are staggered because, again, for the efficiency point of view, I'll have to leave some space here, some space here. They have space for their fire drills, their potential control zones. I have in the site analysis, we saw that we have some catchment areas. We'll have to make use of it. I have proposed a underground water tank which will harvest around 24 lakh liters of water. There are fuel farms which will directly supply to my airport line, and these are far because from a security point of concern, if they burst, it should not hamper my building. Also, it is planned in such a way that it will have their separate security zones. The trucks will come by, they'll pass through their security, and they have a flow like this which is not disturbing my entire master plan. So there is this service access. All my substations, firefighting units are placed here, MROs and repair shops. They will have also a one-way loop which is not disturbing my... So non-disturbance was the key. Actually, I was told we had a limit of 10 slides, so This could have been better if it was landscape. But anyway, I'll explain you what the movement patterns are like. In the left hand side, the movement patterns, this yellow line is for the private vehicles. There is a service line that goes directly to the basement. The blue line is the cargo, which is undisturbed, and the light blue line is one where airport security person is going to move. This is a basic layout of services. Waste management, how it is going to happen, electrification, etc. Next. So this is my terminal building, my drop-off zone, very, very detailed. And now, just for an overview, if you look at this building, the amount of greens and the amount of built spaces is what someone should aim for these kind of projects. So I have courtyards, I have well segregated gate spaces, I have nice planter boxes. When I, as a user, walk into this airport, I am not going to be trapped in HVAC boxes. I'll have to provide a user experience for that. And these small features will help me to maintain that user quality. So I drop off here. I have some nice landscape features. I check in here. These orange areas are concessions and foreign sovereign shops. This is all the baggage handling unit and offices. The pink is again the concessions, and these blue are the gate areas, my transfer corridors. So the passenger flow will be on the third level. On the third level, I will drop off if I have to board a flight. Why on the third level? Because the flight naturally has a height, and you have to board from that height. So you cannot board a flight from ground level. You will have to walk up and then board from an upper level. You will have to arrive at the downward level, which is why these spaces are segregated also in a vertical manner. So all the service movements will happen below. All the transfer corridors are at the second level. And then I have a nice folded plate structure like roof with all the services stacked up. There's a VIP block with all the lobbies and so again, this is my baggage handling unit, which is at the lower level. This is my arrival zone. All of these are just transfer corridors, concessions. At the upper level also, this is the baggage handling unit, concessions, a nice courtyard. My gates are well segregated with plantation boxes. I'll have some nice waterfall features here. And then this is my boarding zone. The roof plan, these are the VIP lobbies, lounges. Next. So in terms of climate response, how my building will behave, I have a scope for good natural light, which is why I have kept the north-oriented glazed panels. So in Mumbai airport, what happens is they have this concave surface, but it has no thought of climate. So when the sun rays arrive, they converge at a point, and at the site a point is marked where you cannot even stand because of the temperature. So even I have that shape, but just by providing these fins, these small elements, that will make my building more climate responsive. Then these are contact stands. We talked about the efficiency of them. How my exhaust is going to function, how my water is going to be supplied from the site, how I have natural light. Next. So this is the elevation. It signifies Purandar. So when I look from the top, I have these hill-like roof, which is very harmonic, which is very bold. For the food court area, this is my terminal building. I have my food court here. So I've done a noise analysis of where the location of the food court should be. So this is the calculation for that. These are some quick renders through the entrance plaza, through the gate areas. This is my section. where I'm showing about how the heights are behaving, how I've maintained a harmony through such a huge space, how I have managed to create those openings and user experiences. Next. Next.
Go back to that, the overall master plan you have. Okay, stay there. Did you consider the orientation of these runways?
Yes.
Based on the true magnetic north or the wind? What is a factor?
Correct. So the main factor for orienting runways is primarily wind, because when a plane lands or takes off, it has to land against the wind flow direction to get that drag. So and while takeoff, we have to just go with the wind flow. So it dictates my my runway orientations.
So that means, so it's east-west.
Correct. And the winds are flowing west to east, primarily.
Okay. So that determines the actual layout
Yes.
of your the airplanes parking there and the terminal.
Correct.
Right? Okay. Can you go to the overall plan of your terminal?
Next. Next. Huh. Back.
Okay. So the arrival is at
Arrival is at the second level.
the second level.
Huh. My drop-off is at the third level. When I arrive at this level where there are arrow bridges. For the arrival lobby, I again move down with the help of escalators and lifts, and then I move out from here.
Okay. Okay. Where are the services located in this?
Services are all these major offices. So primarily, a service person doesn't enter the security zone. There are sterile zones as well as non-sterile zones.
Okay.
And every service personnel doesn't have to access all the parts of the airport. So they are stacked somewhere in this area where all my major electric substation, electric panel rooms and all are allocated.
Okay. Now, related to that, do you have a planning grid and a structural grid for this?
Yes. So to achieve a harmony in facade, I also have to think of a harmony in the grid system. So I primarily started with a grid of 25 by 25 meters. So it is in that module. And when we think of large buildings like these, it has to be in that sense, because then it only makes it the construction faster, the building more cost effective, and thus my efficiency also increases.
Okay. How does this base grid helps in the roof, or the roof is independent?
So my trusses, I have so my structural system in this sense, I have mega trusses spanning across 50, 75 meters depending on the module and the requirement of spaces, and the trusses just span from this column, for example, to this column where I also have my walls underneath, and then yes, I have a folded plate structure which is spanning across that structure.
Okay. One last question. See, airports are like a gateway to a city or a state, right? And what sort of a statement, you want to bring in, because if you look at airports across the world, some beautiful airports, where it tries to, signify the place, or it tries to, bring in the importance of that particular place, or probably it can also try and express the culture of that particular place, so on and so forth. Now, what sort of an abstraction, you want to bring in, Yes, it's an interesting roof, but this roof can be anywhere, right, for any building. Now, how do you say that it has some importance to the place where it belongs, right? It's a statement, one is trying to make. We are trying to go one notch ahead and see how this can become a statement by itself.
Correct. So for the roof, for me, I saw it as a response to the context, which is Mallargarh Fort and Purandar Fort. We have those nice terrains, and why can't my roof be oriented, which is in harmony to them, in harmony to the terrains. So yes, that is the thought behind it.
Just to continue what sir has left at the last, definitely the airports are very, very complex projects, and most of the time that depends upon the serviceability of the whole premises, like how you approach services and how people are moving around. And there are so many layers of moving things. So definitely you have to start with that, and you have to work on that, and you have done very nicely because your most of the time went in explaining that. Here my question is, what about architecture? Like when we say definitely it is required services, but our major ask is what process was gone behind this kind of an architecture, whether it is justified, in what sense it is justified, and what kind of experience it will give to the users. And again, connecting to sir's point that they are the gateways, and airports are always considered as a gateway to the culture. So whoever is visiting any of the airports, everybody try to tell the story of their city or their nation, and they want to make best impression out of it for the visitors. So this architecture and the culture both are related part, and how did you approach, because we couldn't see that part?
For the user, Pune has excellent climatic condition, so I thought of giving my building very good natural light, good amount of green spaces, because that was my response to the climate here and the openness that one feels near Purandar. That was one thing. Again, about the orientation, my building is oriented having maximum exposure to the north side, which is also efficient in terms of climate because it will only help my building heat less.
I understand about the climate. I'm not saying about the climate. Architecture is not only about the climate, even the expression, because such projects, if I'm doing a hospital, for me, efficiency is the highest point, because directly you are not going to judge that building as architectural aspect of it, may efficiency wise and stuff like that. But when it is an airport, it is in a statement. So the expression of the architecture is also required. I'm asking on that basis.
Yeah, so I've just thought about having a form like this, which is also not exactly mimicking the context. It has some dramatic flow, and again all my green spaces. So the architectural value is the user experience in this building. It doesn't necessarily have to be large overhangs, because some things are technical and we cannot play with that. What we can play is with the user experiences and the facade. So the facade modules were again created to get that aesthetic quality.
The observations are also along the same lines as Dinesh and Nagesh sir. So I feel that there was potential, like in terms of a project, it is quite free, right? It is not, you can have large spans, you can have less columns, you have large volumes of space. It can be quite dramatic in terms of experience beyond the planter boxes or the courtyards you create. So I feel like compared to a residence which is very functionally tight, right? You have to provide rooms of a certain size. You know, it's very limiting. So I feel an airport is kind of freeing because it's large, and it is challenging being large, but at the same time, I feel that it could have been pushed in terms of opportunity to do a grander form kind of statement, responding to the place or not responding, you know, whatever you would have liked. But I feel that form-wise, it is limiting, and you have constrained yourself in terms of the form. Also in terms of walkability, and these are the common challenges we face. So other than making it easy, in terms of wayfinding, also in terms of how long, how far do you walk, so these common things we face in an airport as a user. I feel some of these questions also can be really twisted around to form a design which is different, because mostly airports are not designed by architects, sadly. And if you are taking on the opportunity to do that, it could be a very different airport. It's more service oriented, and service and structural engineers together pretty much define the airport, and we just do facade and roof, right, as a statement. But can it be much more than that? Can the flow of the plan, like if you're designing an industrial project, if you question the process, then it need not be a shed anymore, right? So similarly, if you can, I feel that the potential in the project could have been pushed if you had questioned the process and the flow of things, and how that can also be looked at differently.
Okay, I'll look into that.
From the audience? Do you have any questions from the audience? Okay, none I can see. Okay, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Okay, so before we start the next presentation, we Madhav sir has come around. Okay, so go and take it to him. So we will request Madhav sir to pick up one of the slips.
We would like to select the pick. Yes. So what Madhav sir has picked up is AEAT SC 25336. Ashrayam, a modular settlement for landslide affected communities in Wayanad. Okay, there you are. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. Hello. Good afternoon, jury members and respected faculty. So, my project name is Retreat Village, Sakau, located in Ratnagiri, Vedas. So, this project is I given a thought to hello. Hello. Okay. So I gave a thought to development in a rural region located in Konkan, and it can be act as a blueprint as an ideal development for a village that can be used for other part from the Konkan area, and this hotspot can develop a better relationship with rural development and the rural area and urbanized area. So an imagery comes into mind when I thought about Konkan, a lady resting her head on Sahyadri mountains and her feet in Arabian Sea. But why a lady? Konkan is one of the most migrated place in Maharashtra, like 1,125 women over 1,000 men. It is this sex ratio is very different than other parts from Maharashtra and India, and there is a reason behind it. The most of the men from this rural area are migrating to the tier 1 cities like Mumbai, and uh, it all causing that different sex ratio, and it is making uh, those villages uh, those villages it is becoming difficult to conserve their culture and their uh, traditions because of it, because most of the houses are locked there. In image 1 there are refinery projects and chemical factories located which are upcoming and ongoing projects in Konkan, and this is all a 720-kilometer long belt. There is a Revas Reddy coastal highway that is proposed from near to Mumbai to the bottom part of the Ratnagiri, which is passing from CRZ line, and there are uh, many activities happening in this area which is making this place difficult to survive. So how I came to this name Retreat Village? I, if we derive this name, the retreat means a place of solitude and act of moving back, while the village means a place with functional units and residential houses. So the basic aim behind this project was we are developing cities for migrants, but we are not looking at the villages that there is a scope of developing those also. So retreat village have a basic idea of conservation and retreat. If we call it is a metaphorically, if we call, when we design, we use tongue and grooves. So retreat and conservation are two things that act as tongue and groove. Like this joinery can make this place better. So main stakeholder of these projects are like primary user are the people who are visitors, tourists, and the people who are living in Vedas. Then the stakeholder will be government and NGOs working there, and it will mutually benefit overall urbanized and rural development. Also, when we call as retreat, image of person meditating comes into mind, but retreat can be a lifestyle, and Konkan have a rich lifestyle of, we call that Sushegat Jivan Paddhati. So people of Konkan lives a slow living, and that lifestyle can become a good retreat for urbanization that is happening. So the project is located in Veras. Veras is a village located in Ratnagiri, Mandangarh, and this village is prominently working on development, like they are doing some turtle festival there, and it is a very good way to promote the village. And also the organization like CMPA, Vedas is site of CMPA, which is a government organization of India and German. So they are mutually working together to develop villages to work on sustainability, and Vedas is one of the site of that organization. And also on NGO, I found their future plan. They have to plan interpretation center for Vedas. So this is Vedas, and here is the Harihar Fort, which is prominent tourist location. And on this part there is a bridge which is proposed that will connect Raigad and Ratnagiri, Raigad and Ratnagiri two districts, and the travel become easier, and overall it will benefit the tourism factor of that village. And there are also some different locations that are prominent for visitors. So when I visited the village, I interviewed the person who started that turtle festival. His name is Mohan Upadhyay, and he is working from 24 years in Vedas. And he is also a reverse migrated person from Mumbai to Vedas to again live that life of village. And he started working like, he founded the eggs on beach of Vedas of turtles. So people used to bring those eggs for their personal uses, for eating or for selling. So he started creating that hatcheries, and then he created a festival that people to come together and release those turtles to the sea. And from Mumbai and other parts, people used to come there. And around 4,000 to 6,000 people yearly visit that place. So this place has a great tourism factor which can be developed. And also with discussion with few people and visiting the houses of people, I found out the structure of Kokni village. Every Kokni village has paras, which is every Kokni village has entry, then Angan, then Otti, which is a semi-private place, then the Majghar, which is private place of the user, then the kitchen, and the paras, which is backyard. So these are some images mapping from the village. The site is located at a very valley area. So I keep some thought about it in design, that how can I transfer the place, like water cannot enter, or how can I channelize the water. So these are the ponds I created on site, and they are collecting the water and spreading out all the water to for the users. In the bottom image, we can see these red parts are like valleys, which is collecting the water, and this red line is passing a water body through site. So these are there will be maras in my project, so these vegetables and these plants will be planted in that place. So if you see Kokni villages, so every house have their personal backyard, and they call it mara. So I try to create mara. I try to collect these elements in this design, which I will show in next slide. And there will be different workshops. So this is site plan. So this is interpretation. This is interpretation center at the entry, and this is a whole bridge of bamboo connected to admin, and this part is all the retreat part, which is which are the huts, and on left side we can see this is a craft zone. So I divided this project in 3 zones. First is education and awareness, which is for this interpretation center, learning center, and second part is the retreat place, which is these private malas and huts connected to them, and they are creating these nodes for community engaging area, and also craft and art and craft place where the different types of workshop can happen and people can learn. So this is interpretation center, and this is learning center. So like I told, Mada, so these are the hexagonal pathways, and they are connected to these huts, and they are sharing a common Mada in between these 4 huts, and people will practice the Sushika Jivan Paddhati in this area, and they will collect all the goods, and they will send those goods to the different part like workshop area to create products and to generate an economy. Also I incorporated the spaces of Kokani village, like I told, the Majghar, the Otti, the Paras, which is a traditional Kokani villages village house element, and this I try to incorporate in these huts. Then these are the workshop area and multipurpose. The first workshop is of bamboo and craft. The second is of agro processing, and the third is of the waste from the mada. There will be banana plants, and we can make plates out of it. So these recycle things can happen in this third workshop. And naming my project Sako was an idea like in Konkan, a small river, water bodies there are, so people create a yes sir. So they create a bridge of bamboo, and they call it Sakau. So I gave this name because this is Sakau that creating the Sakau, which is decreasing a gap between urbanized and rural area. So that's all. Thank you, sir.
Dinesh, you want to start?
I usually don't start conversation with a negative, but I must tell you, like, this is 6th jury, and why you were so slow? I mean, it is your nature or the project? Because you have done tremendous work. I mean, beautiful work. There is no doubt about this, but I had problem with connecting with the whole project. Like, what was the purpose of the whole project? I couldn't find because I was disconnecting all the time because of the speed and even the content, the way it should be structured. I'll come to the main questions which I have. Like, I understand there is a problem of migration in that region. So you said in initial slide, but after that, how do you take care? Like, what were the inferences of your study which tells you that this is how you'll address the migration problem? Because the size of the build structure what you have proposed is so humongous. When you say a turtle festival every year 4,000 to 6,000 people are visiting, that are not that much who can sustain that whole thing, first. Second thing is, mainly this kind of adventure fails because of the the quantity, like the way you built, was it a phased manner? And what kind of activities are going into that? And how this whole build structure, what you have built, is going to help the community and asking people to reverse migration? I think that was the purpose.
No, sir. Reverse migration was not the main factor. It is like a tourism place, but people will come for a month or they will live for a period, and that period will create an economy for rural area.
And will that suffice? Like 2 months people are visiting this place, and will that suffice the survival of the or development of that whole area?
Not only the retreat part, but also the craft and all these other parts are also can be used for generating economy and surviving.
I'll tell you one story. Like, have you heard about Ranotsav in Gujarat?
Yes, sir.
So that is a Kutch region, and that was abandoned land. I think 2004 or 5 or 6, I don't know when, Narendra Modi came there and as a chief minister in Gujarat in 2002. And there was one unofficial meeting there, and when he saw that white run, he decided to do a tourism and stuff like that. Then Ranotsav came into picture. We visited that Ranotsav in 2018, and we had the same question to the vendors there, a tea vendor. And we asked, like, what do you do throughout the year? And he said, only in the Ranotsav there are the people here for 4 months. But that's, the quantity is so huge that they not need to work whole year. So they don't work whole because there's no one comes there in summers, and there's no such a monsoon. So activities can trigger the economy, but what scale and what is the purpose people are coming there? So for me, whole presentation was very confusing, like what you are trying to do to address the issue, and even I had a problem in understanding the issue, if you can explain.
Sir, issue is basically we have to maintain ecology and economy. So we are creating economy but not addressing ecology. So my basic concern was that how can we create a balance between ecology and economy? So that was I tried to.
I agree with Dinesh, sir, because I also kind of lost you in between. So I think just tell yourself it doesn't matter who thinks what, and you can, say what you have to say more boldly so that you convey the message better. Overall, I felt like various other issues with coastal areas, like there's fisheries, there's so many other kind of layers to what happens in a coastal kind of area. Some of it is seasonal, some of it is not. So I feel like it lacked all of those dimensions. And because we're looking at the project as a social kind of context and how you've responded to the social context, I feel like other than the turtle part which you explained and a little bit of livelihood, I didn't really understand what people are currently doing there and how are you providing for that. So if you want to explain that using some of your, you can go back and show us or whatever helps you.
Actually, the person I interviewed, Mohan Upadhyay, he told me there were a lot of people in village, and now they are living in Mumbai, and they have created their homes like a guest house and for the visitors. So the first problem is that they are leaving the place. They are living to the place and they are migrating to the Mumbai. That was my first point that I collected from him. And now there were people. He said there was a person who used to do some craft, and Mohan Upadhyay took a workshop with him and collected from people around them. And that person also left the village and he migrated to the Mumbai. So there are no the craft and the people are leaving the place. So that is a problem. And I thought
Centered around this one person doing something, and then activities which can happen around what he's doing, which is the turtle kind of work, is it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay. So I feel then also this moving back to living simpler life, going back to living with nature, I think that angle, like if you look at a retreat, there is a lot of, I mean, with the digital kind of possibilities that have arisen, where I come from, there are a lot of people who are moving back to live simpler lives. We do a lot of farmhouses in our office because that seems to be trending. So there could be this possibility of, looking at a larger component of the program, because if there aren't any locals and you're creating more livelihood places for the locals, if they aren't there already, and if it is seasonal work, is it really going to pull them back just because you have a center which works for parts of the year?
This project will just sustain them to that place, and the people around the like other villages also, they can also come to that place and work also.
And what kind of people, what kind of vocations, what kind of jobs, what are these vanishing crafts? So little deeper study on, the numbers of demography and occupation, and all of that will help us justify this topic better, because I feel the questions all of us are asking are to do with the need for the project and what you're really trying to do in the project, because both of which are not sitting well together.
Okay.
I just want to continue with whatever they stated. The first is, as an architect, what is your role in a context like this? I think you need to define that very clearly, and not with the ambition that you want to build something there, right? Many a times, they may not require all this infrastructure in the first place. Probably, you could have questioned the program itself, in the process while you were doing this. So the biggest issue in most of these remote places are the healthcare. There's a zero healthcare facilities in these regions.
Yes, sir. Actually, I forgot to mention that I have.
Now, let me finish. This is what they aspire for, in most of these remote places, whether it's a tribal area or whether it's non-tribal area, so on and so forth. Healthcare, access to good sanitation, water, right? So because there's another indirect way of, empowering this community. Now what you're trying to enforce here is, it's a very direct way of, earning money, which may happen, which may not also happen, right? It has its own vested interests. So how do we, empowerment is that, you need to really bring out the best in him. It's not that, you bring in some foreign stuff and, ask them to adapt to this, right? So if you provide them basic facilities, that itself is enough, right? Good roads. So most of the time, it is less of architecture. You understood? Yes, it's not that, you don't have any role there, but you need to redefine your role in a context like this. Most of us, we fail to understand this. I mean, because it is more socially relevant project, I think you need to show some restraint as an architect, right? Yes, I can understand there's an urge as a designer to do something. So you need to show some restraint, less is more, isn't it?
Yes.
It doesn't matter, how small this project is. Even if I were to, design one small, say, freezer unit, a dairy facility, enough. This is all what they require. A small dispensary maybe, right? Enough. A medical store. How many of these villages have a medical store? Tell me. Hardly anything. So I think this is where you need to really define your role and how I can, offer or how I can contribute to the upliftment of this society. Right? We are not economists to talk about, in those lines, right? And you need to understand your limitation as an architect, isn't it?
Yes.
And even probably involve these people in the process of building itself,
Yes.
right? Probably that will generate some economy. And in the process, you're also trying to bring in new skill sets, right? Now agriculture is fading, horticulture is fading. Now can I engage him in another tangent and tell him, hey, you can become a fabricator, you can become a carpenter, you can become something else, right? This is how, things will evolve. And probably, they may, migrate. Migration is not an issue at all. They may migrate to Mumbai and probably flourish. What's wrong in that? So I think you require another twist in this whole inquiry. Not do the same mundane stuff, which is happening across. And the problem with NGOs are that, they want to bring in new stuff, which they are well versed, right? And want to introduce, test it in a situation like this, which is very, very wrong. Okay? And that's how this qualifies to be a socially relevant project. Otherwise, it's just another architecture project. Understood? You are in this category primarily because it is more relevant to society. So how do you bring in that relevance? Is the question. Thank you.
You want to respond?
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions from the audience? Can I see some hands? No? Okay. Thank you. So we'll directly go ahead with the presentation, the last presentation before lunch. Okay. It's called Ashraya, Modular Settlement for Landslide Affected Communities in Wayanad. Okay, you can just test your presentation and see whether it's working.
Of course, sir. Okay. Mouse cursor is already there. I can play the last slide, right? The video. If it doesn't start on this side, then just use the mouse. Yes, it will have to be started. So should I start underneath? You use the mouse. Hello. Yeah, to start with the presentation, my project is called Ashrayam. Ashrayam means shelter or refuge or protection from. This project is located in Wayanad, and it's a modular settlement for the landslide affected communities in Wayanad. So 2 years back, on July 30th, there was a landslide in Wayanad. It was a level 3 disaster, and many people lost their lives, around 230 plus people, and almost 200 houses were lost, and most of the infrastructure along with the private properties were lost, which included 2 schools, a post office, a small a hospital, and few more places, and also farmlands were lost. So, and also, landslide is one of the major disaster which happens, which is also considered along with the floods and earthquakes. So most landslide prone areas are in Himalayas and in Sahyadris along the Western Ghats. Kerala lies on Western Ghats, and it is mostly it's prone to landslides. There are usually around 250 landslides happening every year in India, and most of them happen in Kerala and in North. So the landslide that took place was in Churalmala, It's a small village in Wayanad at the base of one of the mountain there. It's called Chembra. So if you see that was the scenario after the landslide, how it happened, everything was flooded. So this is the event that took place. If you see on the left corner, that's the crown of the landslide, and that's where it started from, and then it took swept off almost 3 villages. Altogether, it flew for 6 kilometers, and so this was, and then the victims of the landslide were shifted to temporary shelters, and so they have been staying there till now because the rehabilitation settlement which is promised to them by government is not yet has not yet been started, and it will take like few more years to be completed. So they are still suffering. So during my internship, I actually had a chance to go to Wayanad. That's when I saw one of the refugee camp, and then that's why I started researching about the topic. So then I went and did case study, and then the soft analysis for the people staying there, what their occupations are. And then there were also government surveys conducted because government is proposing one of the rehabilitation settlement nearby, like around 15 kilometers from the Chural Mala village where the incident took place. And so I also went personally there, but I couldn't meet many people. But the ones that I met, and then I did my personal survey from that, and then the ones that government has done. These are the occupations which they followed. It was animal husbandry, farming. Most of them worked in a tea estate, and their daily activities, and then art forms and everything. These all are necessary because they lose not just their house, but their touch, their loved ones, their so many things, not just the physical being around them, but also their mental health starts deteriorating. And then this was the survey data that was conducted. So the site was chosen by the government. It was one of the tea estate. It's called Elstone Tea Estate, which was like 15 kilometers. Again, it was near Wayanad, towards the major town of the Wayanad. There was, so it's a contoured slide as it is a tea estate. And if you see there is lots and lots of vegetation on it, like the tall trees. And then, so this site was actually assigned for the rehabilitation project under the government act under NDMA, National Disaster Management Authority, in 2005. So this is the site. It is totally 54,840 square meters, which is huge. So 54 hectares. But the phase 1 design is only promised for 100 houses, which I have done in my project. So these are the case studies. So the major case study. So the thought behind providing a modular settlement for these people is because the construction time is very quicker. And one of the case studies is this paper log house by Shigeru Ban. So there was an earthquake in Japan in 1995, and then there was another earthquake which struck in Gujarat, Bhuj, in 2001. So the same module was used, but it was made contextualized. So there were certain changes, iterations that were done, like in the roof, if you can see, in the flooring, or even the structural members. So it was GI steel was used, and then here, if you see, the steel rods were used, and then somewhere like their plywood sheets, and in India they did cow dung, and then etc. etc. So the contextualizing of the modular construction is very important, because a modular building can be placed anywhere, but it won't fit to the context of the surrounding context. It has to be more responsive to the context. So that's what I have focused in my project. This is another case study which focuses on the stakeholder involvement in the design. So this is Seeds housing for the Assam floods. So they involved all the locals, the victims of the floods, and then they involved them, they taught them in the workshops, and then they were part of the construction. So the houses they made for themselves were built by them. This is so the material that I chose for my construction is shipping containers, as they are very modular, and also they're very they're available in access. So the shipping containers that are used can be reused for other purposes, as after a few years they are discarded for their real purpose, which is shipping goods. So after a few years they are kept and they're lying on the docks. So the Cochin harbor and then the Kozhikode port are very close, not very close, like connected well with the by national highway to the site. So it is very easy to transport them. This is another case study which shows how shipping containers, this is in China, how shipping containers can be used to form community spaces. Yeah, so moving on to the concept. So the concept, it is for the landslide affected families. So it has to be quick deployment, that was major concern. Then adaptability and then expandable units. So this is kind of like incremental. So in future, if they want, they can extend their modules. And then the material used throughout is the containers. If you can see, the first 6 forms are for residential units that have been provided. And then the other 2 are like community spaces. These are schematic sections. Moving on to the site plan. So, so at the entry, can I just point it there? So, this is the entry. So if you start from, am I audible? Okay. So if we start, this is the main national highway, NH 766, and this is the main entry. So when you enter, I have provided a major spine which connects. So where the landslide actually happened, there was a major road. Okay. Yeah, so this is, am I audible? Okay. So this is the entry, and then I have provided a major spine. So where actually the incident took place, the community spaces or the cultural gathering spaces, that those all of them lied on one single path, which was like going through 3 villages. It was wavy. So that's what the feel I wanted to give in my design. And then the whole design, it goes with the contours. So it's contour responsive design. If you see, this is the major contour, and then this is a little flat patch that I get here. So all the community spaces that I have provided are here. So this is one large community space, this is small. I have named them Cheri Ankanam and Veli Ankanam, small coated and big coated. That's in Malayalam again. And so this is the lowest contour of the site. These houses are traditional layouts of housing. So and these are like more of inorganic and grid layout housing. I have provided like 6 modules. In presentation, I only put 4. They are 1 BHK, 1.5 BHK, and 2 BHK. All the data was taken from the government surveys of the victim families. And this is a cattle and goat farm that I have provided. It's for the revenue generation. So the proposal was for the self-sustaining settlement that was to be proposed. And few of the spaces were actually proposed by the government, and I have added few spaces as per my research. So I have provided a plot for a school that's at the frontage, and this is another frontage that we get. So these are the commercial shop spaces that I have provided. This is the roofing plan, and in roofing plan, all the roofs are all the sloping roofs and then trusses have been used, lightweight trusses. As all the modules will be actually factory manufactured, all the container frames will be kept intact. So we're reusing the containers, so it is also sustainable. We'll keep the frames and remove the panels, modify the panels. So how to contextualize the modular construction unit is to define the panels. Like you can have variation in panels. So, sorry. So you can have variation in panels, and then you can put them in different contexts. So this is the side section. Again, if you see, this is the lowest point of the site, and I have given a water retention pond there. This is the cattle and goat farm. As it goes up, these are traditional housing units. I mean, traditional housing layout, and then community spaces. This is the overhead water tank, and this is in the grid. So this is module 1. That's the plan. So it's 1 BHK. So the idea was to have stanchions. So if you see, these are the stanchions. But the panels, you can change the panels as per the spaces. So if you want like wide openings as per the climate, if you want smaller openings for big openings for cross ventilation, veranda. So the panels would do the main job in the design. The container frames will be kept intact. And if you see the elevation, the sheets that are removed from the containers will actually be put on the panels. So there will be insulation layer, the corrugated sheet layer, and then inside a board, wooden board like for a plastering. This is the first module. This is second module. So I tried to show different designs, which is, if you see, first layout was a L layout. So putting two 20-feet containers together. This is the second layout, which staggers two parallelly, but with a veranda in between. So it gives you an open, semi-open space for the family, small family gatherings and all. So that's the second module. It is also 1 BHK. The third module is 1.5 BHK. The furniture that is provided, a sofa can be converted into a bed. So this uses 120-feet container and a 40-feet container. That's the, and this is the this is the third module, in which 140 feet and 220 feet containers are used. This is a 2 BHK module. So the requirement for 2 BHKs were actually less compared to 1 and 1.5 BHKs because the size of the families. This is the Kerali Pata, which is the main community spaces that I have provided, as I already explained. So this is like the spine of the settlement. The next is the Cherry Ankanam, which is small courtyard. It has all the recreational spaces. It has a yoga hall and a sports center, not center, sports club, and like a few of the, a gym and washrooms. The big courtyard, it has open amphitheater, and then there is, at the top left corner, there is a community hall, and then there are workshops. So when the construction will be done to involve stakeholders in the design, the workshops, which are actually here, will be done first, so that the people, the stakeholders can be taught voluntarily to build their own houses, I mean the modules. This is the community hall. So to get the longer span, I have stacked two containers on top of each other, and it's a truss. So south side it has steep slope, which protects from the sun, harsh sun. And then this is the amphitheater, which is again done using shipping containers, two shipping containers. You can see how it's done in the form evolution. This is the cattle and goat farm. So I have majorly worked on the sections and trusses. These are also built out of containers. These are the panels. So these are wall panels, two-way, one-way. These are door panels, and then also partition or mesh panels. These are openings, opening panels. These are ventilators, also openings, and there's a large door, two-way. And then these are the stanchions that are designed to fit those panels in. This is the service plan, how the firefighting layout and how the green spaces or parking spaces have been provided. Yeah, I'll just run through the rest of the slides. So, okay. This is construction timeline, transportation. Okay. That's it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
The jurors, I think. Sharana, you can start, I think.
Just before COVID, we were doing a flood rehabilitation and housing project in Wayanad, and I was curious to see what you had done. So one of the main constraints with containers was, windy roads and whether containers would be actually able to reach the site. especially the larger ones, like the 40 feet ones, like even the 20 feet we were told were constraints. So we had originally thought of containers, but we had abandoned that whole path and we did something with local materials finally. So that was one question I have. And other than that, I feel like it is quite thought through, but personalization and adaptability of a module by an individual family, right? Like if you have 6 types of modules, what can a family change within a module to make it more personalized or make it specific to them in some way? So these are the 2 questions.
Okay, so as the site is already connected to the national highway, it's NH 766. So, and then it also connects directly, not the same national highway, but it also connects to the Kozhikode port, and also further to the Cochin. So, and like I have personally seen like few larger trucks carrying containers. So that was. So you have verified that it is possible. I have seen trucks with containers on that road. Yes. And sorry, what was your second question?
The second question was personalization of the module for individuals.
Okay. Yeah, so as per the survey, the number of family members, we get the number of family members, and then so as per their requirement, so there are spaces. So like if the survey is conducted, there was one survey conducted, what spaces would they require in their house? Like whether is it a living room or I mean, of course, everybody will need living room, bedroom, and a kitchen. But apart from that, do they need a veranda or do they need just open, angan in front? So. Sorry. Yeah. So what are the spaces they needed? So the major spaces were, of course, living, kitchen, bedroom, and washroom. Apart from that, they needed some of them needed a veranda, some of them needed a courtyard. But it was not possible to provide a courtyard on all 4 sides. So like as per all that, as per all of the surveys, these spaces will be fit in a container or like 2 containers. So as per the scale of the family, you can add the containers. And so actually government had promised them 5 cents of land, which 1 cent is like 14 square meters. So what I have done is I have given them shared courtyards, front yard and backyard, so that space can be used for future extension of the unit in case. And the whole idea of the panel is they're open, like there are different panels if you have seen, like large openings, small openings. So if the same module, if we want to fit it in some other context, we can just, like for example, this is for Kerala, so large openings and then cross ventilation is considered, but if it has to be fitted in maybe Gujarat or Rajasthan, actually containers would heat up a lot, that's the thing, but then we can consider smaller openings, flat roofs, and etc. etc. So
occupation, like say I need more storage space because I need to store grains for a lean period, or those are usually the variants you consider for people living in them. So what were the different occupations and what was adaptable in the module for that?
Yes, so storage spaces have been given majorly in the kitchen areas, and then rest of them it is like so right after the disaster, they wouldn't have much of like many things that they had, because they'd be losing almost everything. So whatever they're going to have is very basic requirements. So it's not like in the beginning they would need much storage, but in future if you extend,
like let's say I'm a tailor, I need a little shop floor, I need to store some things, I need to have a lockable space. So in terms of the module also being adaptable to what somebody's, there'll be multiple professions and occupations among the group, right?
Yes.
So I'm not about transportability and in Gujarat, but within this, how is the module adaptable?
So in that case, instead of module, I have the workshop spaces that I have provided in community areas. I'll just go to that. Yeah, so in the left bottom corner of the square, those are the workshop spaces that I have provided. So after the whole construction is done on the site, those spaces would be converted for their small businesses, where they can generate some revenue. And then also some commercial frontage for the shops were provided on the roadside. So there they can just set up their
personalization of the space, like whether it's visual, whether it is, occupational, like the module becoming a variant And personalized is actually the most exciting part of this kind of design, right? How do people make it their own? So my question is mostly to do with that, so that it all doesn't look like this cookie cutter thing placed there. There is a little color variation, but beyond that, how does it feel like your home even if you don't have a home?
Right. Okay. Yeah. I mean, yeah, if that's the case, then there should have been a little more space, but you can just stack up another container and then.
Or maybe, you know, a little place, yeah.
Okay.
Stupid question. Are these containers air conditioned?
No.
Why not?
No, because it's a rehabilitation settlement, so just to match their basic requirements in the starting.
Okay, you got the point. Now, how long I'm going to stay here in the container?
So the lifespan of a container after being
Not the
used,
lifespan of the container, the people. How long they're going to stay here?
30 to 40 years.
Oh my God.
No, it is. So actually the walls that I have designed, the panels, which are really thick, so they have insulation.
See, the reason, give me one good reason why you went for container.
Okay.
One good reason.
So the container frames are like, so there are many containers lying on the Kozhikode port, is what I found out in one of the research paper. And then these containers just lie, and then there is no secondary use for them. So to use them in the design as a modular material. So the frames are ready.
See,
and
so you need to understand this very thoroughly. It's an emergency measure, right? And hence, whatever is feasible. Yes, in your case, container is feasible. It's close by, and I could bring it. So because that's the immediate measure you're going to take if you want to relocate and rehabilitate, right? Hence, the container comes in, right?
Yes.
Otherwise, there was no reason why I need to deform this and take my own sweet time to build this, Till then, what will they do? Live in tents?
Yes, actually, they're still living in tents. Some of
them. So that's a better idea, right?
Yes.
So if I am trying to deform everything, try to restructure, reconfigure, right? So the whole purpose gets defeated if you start meddling with the container, right?
Yes.
The containers are like a chicken coops. You put them there for a while and then figure out how to rehabilitate them permanently, right? Whether in this location or somewhere else. I think there's a fundamental flaw in the way you're trying to look at containers. It's a great way of adapting to that for a short while. And that's why I asked this question, that is it really air conditioned, and so that I could prolong my stay, and see, look at the slums or the squatter settlement in Mumbai. Most of them are air conditioned primarily because they're all made out of whatever tin sheds or whatever you get to and it's unlivable, right? It's not that they have the luxury or the privilege to own an AC. It is primarily it has to be habitable. Got it?
Yes.
So you don't have that sort of a liberty to make it very comfortable and do the paneling inside, insulation. It's going to cost you a bomb, probably 5 times the container itself, if you start doing all this. So I think you should really understand what rehabilitation means, right? Second thing which is associated with that is what Sharanya pointed out, that you have lost everything overnight, and how do we humanize this situation, right? And what do they do for that period? Whatever the occupation, I may have even lost my sewing machine, right, in the process. So what do I do in this time period? I think these are the questions you really need to ask, especially in this particular category. So design becomes consequence of all this. It's not that you create a system and then you try to adapt to it. No. The third point is nowhere in Kerala, you'll find this kind of a settlement. Very rare. The urbanity exists throughout. Whether it's forest land, whether it's agricultural land, you will find, it's all like a hinterland development. Every household will have some backyard, somebody growing banana, somebody growing something else. So I think somewhere, that whole master plan is like, looks like a refugee camp. Okay. If you think that, this whole rehabilitation process is going to, take some more time, how will you engage them? Right? How do you even bring back that habitat which they were living for so many years? Isn't it?
Yes. Okay.
So, yeah, I think that last slide which you showed, you should have even mentioned what is the time required to build. Here, you just did a magic, tuck, 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 it came and...
Actually, I put it in one of the slides. I'll just go through once. Okay, can you go next, please?
The last.
Yeah, so this is the construction time for the module, like from casting the piles till the day it's finished.
No, but this is erection time.
Correct.
We are talking about the manufacturing time.
Yes, so the idea was to produce a system, modular system, which will have variations in panels. The stanchions will be fixed, but you can just change the panels, so it will be ready already.
The question is very simple. What is the time taken to construct that module?
Okay. That would be around it would depend on the scale also, but maybe a month or so.
No.
In the factory.
More than that.
Sorry?
It is more than that, not a month.
Okay.
I have similar questions. Most of the questions are asked. I just want to summarize few things and just point out few things which you can take care while designing such stuff. That you have to divide this whole project into two parameters. One is short term, one is a long term, 30 years. Because when rehabilitation comes in mind, it is always about a temporary period, because such conditions are not livable throughout the life. And if you imagine, or if you think that people will live, people won't. They will change it. They'll adapt, they change, and they'll make their own. So that doesn't work like that. Secondly, you talked about everybody needs living room. About casually you said that everybody needs a living room, bedroom, and certain areas. And I see your electrical layout where I can see a lot of lights and fans and stuff like that. Forget about the rehabilitation center. If you go to the villages, I have not been to Kerala, but I know how villager people lives, and for them they require very essential stuff. Even in a permanent residence, they are the most sustainable people by choice or by need. We don't debate on that, but in a whole room of that size, they need only one bulb or one tube light, which gives them enough light to see things, and a small fan. And when you are talking about rehabilitation, you are providing much more which is required. I mean, it is always good to have, but the condition which we are talking about, where we want to minimize our old resources and make it fast for them to start living into a better condition than the tents. Okay, so overall fundamental approach to the rehabilitation center has in a question, the way you have approached. So, I mean, you have done a lot of stuff, a lot of engineering happened, a lot of surveys happened, that is all fine. But when it comes to real site scenario, I think there is a mismatch, I would say.
Thank you.
Any questions from the audience? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Presentation. So that was the last presentation before lunch. So before we break for lunch, we will choose another slip so that you get the time for the lunch to prepare. Okay, Divya?
The number is AE88
AEATSC 25352. Community Infrastructures for Women Entrepreneurs in Worli, Kolivada. There.
Okay. Thank you. So you can come and start preparing. And must have lunch also, but. So wait, we will let you know. 1:10, 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock will be done. 2 o'clock. So 2 o'clock we meet back.
So we are proceeding for lunch. I request all the dignitaries, guests to proceed to the boardroom on this side, and all the participants.
So before we start the next presentation, we will pick up one of the slips. Saurabh, where are you? I think you can help us now. You have been doing a lot of work, so. You can read it, you can.
AEATSC 25358. I repeat, AEATSC 25358 traces in the Sati Memorial.
There. Very good. You can come in front, get ready for the presentation. Meanwhile, we will start with the next of the presentation. इनका क्या है? इनका टाइटल क्या है? It's community infrastructure for women entrepreneurs in Worli, Kolivada.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Just try.
So,
just attempt to run the slides. Just see whether you can. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay with it?
Yeah.
Okay, chalo. Let's go.
So my thesis was titled Community Infrastructure for Women Entrepreneurs. So Mumbai's fast pace often sidelines the communities that first shaped its coast. Among them, the Kolis stand out, not only as city's oldest inhabitants, but also as a community whose life and identity have long revolved around the sea. Their settlement, the Kolivadas, are often viewed through a deficit lens, focusing on declining fishing practices, infrastructure, housing conditions, etc. But this lens misses something crucial. My research brings attention to the women entrepreneurs in Mahim Kolivada, how they shape spatial patterns and social relations when they engage in an entrepreneurial practice. So, women in Kolivadas often come together through self-help groups to support their livelihoods. In Mahim, the Seafood Plaza became a point of departure to study how women extend their activities beyond the household. Some transformed the front yards, the kitchens, and the unused upper floors, while others made space around the edges of internal street. These spatial negotiations are not incidental. They reshape how homes, streets, and common areas function, and in turn, how social relations are held together. So what I concluded was that women negotiate space through softer claims via both formal and informal economies, supported by strong social networks. But these factors that actively shape space and help form more inclusive relationships are often unattended while working with the community. So the question that I ask is, what would be then a contemporary type of an entrepreneurial space for women that can reinforce their existing networks and amplify their agency within the community? The design takes an example of Worli Kolivada,
where several women-led self-help groups are active in small-scale enterprises, be it catering, tailoring, making bhakris, or selling fish in the market. The project builds on these existing networks by proposing a shared workspace where women can come together to exchange resources, share knowledge and responsibilities. So the site is a community ground used for festivals, weddings and gatherings. Again, an open ground within a Kolivada, especially situated in Mumbai, is an important resource. So I wanted to preserve the central ground. This site is accessed from a higher level road and it is bordered by sea on the other side. The project identifies key programs by mapping activities of women. Thus, it includes a seafood plaza, common kitchens, markets, workshops for women, and a communal washing space. Also, the site falls under CRZ Zone 2, which allows permanent structures on the landward side of an existing structure, which here is a crematorium, and temporary structures on the seaward side. So my key strategies were to activate the periphery without disturbing the central community ground, to create a passage for city public accessing the seafood plaza, to treat the ground as one large court while other programs form smaller courts within it, and to design the build form to cascade towards the sea, and to establish distinct levels for public spaces and the community areas. So the design primarily uses varying plinth levels to organize different programs. When the L-shaped plinths for it's not working. So when the L-shaped plinths for market, for fish and vegetable market, which are here, when they come together, the corners which become redundant are then chamfered to create an inner lane which lead to a central court. The existing community toilet is reimagined here along with other service programs that together create a service block centered around a court. This block consists of a cold storage for storing fish from the market, electrical unit, and a communal washing space. Cooking units line the two sides of the ground. These units are linked together through smaller courts with trees. Some plinths are left open for the community to appropriate it in their ways. The food plaza faces the sea. A change in plinth level helps to separate the cooking areas from the dining areas. Visitors to the seafood plaza ascend through these steps and then walk through a trellis pathway before they step down to enter the seafood plaza, or they can sit, chat and linger on these extended steps, all framed by the views of the sea. There is a foundation which hosts workshops for different women engaged in different self-help groups. So the project makes space for these workshops on the upper floor of the market. The peripheral layout of the project is punctured at several points for community access. All roofs slope inward towards the ground, highlighting its importance. The market has stepped plinth that efficiently manage the selling activities in different rows. The steps to enter the workshop also extend to afford different activities and overlook the ground. The level difference on the seafood plaza not only helps to organize movement, but also allows diners to watch the cooking process while enjoying the sea breeze. Cooking units either gets used to make preparations for the seafood plaza or serve as workspaces for women involved in catering. The floor of the pathway extends to become loft for the cooking units on the south. The communal washing area sits near the toilet. These areas here gather locals and who engage informally. So a simple plinth in front of it helps to create a dialogue with these ongoing activities. The type of cooking units was developed from the research with a veranda type space at the front facing the ground, a loft for storing things above, and a backyard for cleaning fish. Staggering the sloping roofs create mezzanine, which then can make space for workshops of different scales. The entrance to the market then steps down, the floor of the workshop steps down to create a smaller intimate scaled entrance for the market. The structural assembly follows two types, permanent and temporary. As per CRZ 2 regulations, the permanent structure located on the landward side of the existing crematorium uses RCC slab and PUF panel roof, supported by FRP beams and columns. For areas that require a temporary setup, the slab is made up of WPC decking on an FRP framework designed for an easy assembly. The workshop walls consist of wooden framework with ribbon windows and using split bamboo as an infill material. So the design activates the periphery of the ground by creating spaces that support women-led enterprises, giving women in the community opportunities to take agency. The project also introduces unprogrammed spaces that the community can shape in their ways. These take the form of plinths, steps, and extended terraces. Some accommodate small gatherings or others serve as viewing platforms during the community events. So by enabling women to claim space through the enterprise, the approach strengthens their networks, builds visibility for their work, and in turn empowers the community as a whole. What emerges is a different way of reading Kolivadas, one that sees them not as fading relics, but as sites of adaptation, initiative, and collective resilience led by women. Thank you.
Jurors, you all can start responding. Any one of you can go first.
Even in the display, I was quite impressed with the amount of work, the model, and the quality of the drawings that went in. So congratulations on putting in all the hard work. In terms of the design response itself, I know that there is a lot of taking from the community and a lot of, I think we've also been asking the other students from the social impact kind of category, you know, what is it that you're differently introducing that is really enabling them? Because I know you have been talking about the space enabling women. So apart from providing physical infrastructure to step out of the house and perhaps do something outside, how else is the space enabling women? And fishing itself, like I was also thinking as you were presenting, there's docking, there's fishermen coming, there's loading, there's unloading. There's a lot of activity that is associated with, you know, fresh fish and handling of the fresh fish. So where is all of that getting supported? And even if they have an open green space, is it more adaptable to other alternate functions? You know, maybe annually there is something that happens there, but through the year, is it just going to be an empty space or what else? So yeah, one is about the fish and one is about, two questions.
Yeah. So my idea of empowering women was a collective empowerment. That's why I was designing a shared space where they can then share resources and responsibilities together. And about, there is a cold storage for fish for the market. So the market runs throughout the year. It I mean, the selling is bit low during monsoon, but it's there. And so I was also working with plinths, because then I did not wanted to as a rigidly define any particular program, so that of course the seafood plaza also shuts down in monsoon. Then that space then can be used by the community members for some other activities. And the cooking units, the counters for the cooking units can then also serve as cooking as counters that can serve food during any wedding, if it is if it is happening in the central ground. And yeah, actually I was thinking through the seasonal shifts, like how then other than the actual program which I have assigned, how can this be then used for that?
So why do you think women work from the household mostly, and what would enable them to step out other than just the space which is available?
Yeah. So so I was also actually thinking about it. But then what I thought was, if it is a women-led space, I mean, if there are only women around, then the women can then feel comfortable, because, as I said, collective empowerment is what I was focusing on. And if I'm working with women and I'm comfortable, so I think that is what will attract the women.
So I think multitasking and doing a series of things in and around the household is something that perhaps keeps women from stepping out. Because still, it's not like, I step out because I have somebody looking after my child and my household. But it's not the same for women, for many women, right? So they are forced to stay in the household for a particular reason. So I feel maybe integration of child-led, something else to do with childcare, child-led things, other things could have been part of the program, I feel.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I was thinking. I designed the cooking units through the type of the units that I studied. So there is a veranda-like space where the children can then play, and the kitchen can become the central part of the house, and the backyard. So I was actually the spatial readings that I had in my research, I was trying to reflect them in my design here.
Do you have a creche? Do you have anything to do with children as a space where they can be, kept?
No, not as a specific space. Yeah.
If you were to look at it as a prototype, wherein I can use this as a plug-in situation, not necessarily for this context, along the coast, wherever, there are communities like this, can I use them as prototype?
Yeah.
And if you can make it into a prototype, how many of these elements can be looked at as a generic prototype, as a generic thing, so that it can adapt to the geography there, it can adapt to the landform, it can adapt to the sea and things like that.
So I think the cooking units and the market can be generic, because because this has been a long going tradition in the Kolivadas, where the men goes to catch the fish and then the women sell. So the market can be a prototype that can be repeated, and also the cooking units, because many women are engaged in catering. Also because women are always women have been doing the household work, and they have now expanded their cooking practice into an enterprise. So the cooking units and the market is what I think can be made into a prototype.
There are a lot of things happening around this place, and I was happy that you kept the central portion open and you just did the intervention at the periphery. So that was a good part. I just wanted to know that, did you do a lot of alteration in terms of how the plaza will be operated at a different point of time? When there is nothing, what is happening, we can see if there is nothing specific activity on the plaza, but what happens when there are a lot of activities happening, and how your structure will help or will merge with that activity?
So,
And what is the list of activities you can imagine that can happen here on the plaza? Previously might be happening a lot of things there.
Sorry, I did not get this question.
In the central plaza, like the central open space, previously what used to happen here?
Okay. So in the central portion, there were as a wedding gathering. So there are pandals which are then set up and wedding, and sometimes it also hosted a fair. I mean, where they sell the things. And when I researched in Mahim Kolivada, so there also the seafood plaza was just a plain, simple plinth. And when the seafood plaza used to shut down, that space was used for drying fish by men. So that's why I did not also wanted to articulate the seafood plaza in a very detailed way. I just kept it as simple plinth where the
It has to be, I mean, it is okay if it is a simple plinth. My question is, for example, wedding is happening right now here. Then how your build structure will respond to it? If there is a food festival happening here in the plaza, how your build structure will respond to it? And it is not limiting to these 2-3 things, because when you are building such an infrastructure, it will help other people to come in here.
Yeah.
And things doesn't happen in isolation. Like if this is all built for women collaborative enterprises, the users cannot be only women. There will be other people also, like male will be there, kids will be there. So that time how this plaza is used, because you are not only building the infrastructure around, but you are giving an identity to the historical or the contextual plaza which is there, and it is going to respond, it is going to interact. So here what I observed was you are surrounding this whole plaza with your infrastructure, but that connection which is very essential. One connection is to the plaza and another connection is to the sea.
Yeah.
So that link, I guess, are missing, or you fail to explain.
So like for the central plaza, I have created these small terraces which then overlook the plaza, and also the steps that extend, which can be inhabited to sit. And here there are entries towards the sea. So you can step down from here towards the sea, and also there are these steps which then overlook the sea as well. And also then I was thinking, if there is a wedding ceremony happening into the central plaza, then this platforms, cooking counters can serve as platforms to serve food, was what I imagined as. And also there are existing site offices like Kalakrida Mandals that line on the periphery of the ground, different. And these are places where people gather informally. Like here, so this was a place where people used to gather informally. So then a plinth just in front of it helps to create an expanded area for people to then come together, is what I imagined it to work.
I'm trying to understand what you are saying. And my just advice was that threshold between built and unbuilt, that is very important. You have done somewhere, it was there, but you have to just lay down all this onto the paper and see different scenarios and make it adaptable to other situations. You might have to take little bit, and you can able to achieve that.
Okay.
That is the whole point.
Okay.
We spoke about the link between the infrastructure and the Maidan, infrastructure and the sea.
Yeah.
So equally important, the infrastructure and the settlement.
Yes.
Where do they live?
Where do
they live?
Okay.
Evening they were to go back home, right?
Yeah.
So where do they live? Is it close by?
Yeah, I mean this this ground is a part of Kolivada.
Okay. Now what is its relevance? Now you are only plugging in. Say if I bring in this Gideon theory of, not Gideon, Patrick Geddes theory of workplace and folk, right?
Yeah.
So what is its relation? See, this facility can be anywhere on this planet, right? So the question here is it a space-making exercise or a place-making exercise?
I see it as a place-making exercise because there is space, but I am.
But where is the settlement?
Yeah, and I am working for the settlement.
Exactly. So you require to understand this as a whole, right?
As
This
a
is one
whole.
part of the settlement.
Okay.
The whole is equally important. I need to understand, where do they stay, where do they live, where do they cook, right? Equal amount of time is spent in their homes,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yes.
So I think that is when, it becomes relevant. It becomes, belongs to that particular society. That sense of belonging comes then,
Okay.
isn't it?
I mean, yes, I agree to your point. So there are women gather outside the house, so be it tailoring or be it just making bhakaris, they rent a room where they can come together and then they can cook. So this was also an extended part, my design was an extended part to this ongoing practice of women, where now everyone will come together and then share the space.
This famous section by late Charles Correa, I think that is still relevant today, that from a threshold of a house to the street to the neighborhood maidan or to the well, I think it's most relevant, especially in a quasi-urban situation like this, right? So you may have to literally bring in some sort of a connection to the place where they live. It's equally important. Otherwise, it's like one destination. I go in the morning, I come back. So how does it work during night?
So the open terraces and plinths that can be used at night. So
In what way?
So there are birthday parties. So they rent small terraces. The coolies, they rent small terraces to host a birthday party. So this open terraces can allow that things to happen. And there are plinths where people gather.
Just to add a little bit that this kind of settlements, especially in Indian context, they are much more than birthday parties.
Yeah.
And it is so much integrated small things. If you really look at this community, they make the spaces. Yes. These spaces are shaped by the people who lives there, the way they lives. They are not designed and people have adapted it.
Yeah.
And it feels very sad that when we talk about such a community and what comes to our mind is a birthday party, which is completely an outdated, not an idea of our community. So there is a lot of things. I am not from this, but I can understand the way you have narrated the whole story. That must be a very serious social context to it, where all time of the day there is something happening within the community, individually, as a collective effort. So you may have to find out what was it. And definitely this can consume, like the community can consume that plaza very well.
Yeah.
And when I was studying urban design, because I was living in India, I never understood this. But when I was doing my master's in Cardiff, my final thesis project was in Surat. And that time, first time I realized that we celebrate 24 major festivals in a year. That is average 2 festivals in a month. So every 15 days of one big festival we celebrate. Because we have taken that granted because it comes so often. And the year which I spent, this was my first time being outside of country or outside of my house. And the whole year was so dry that apart from 6-8 bank holidays, there was no festival at all. And that time I realized how blessed we are that there are so many things as a community level happens, which we try to take granted, and we completely forget that this is what make as us as a community. So
okay, any questions from the audience? Okay. Okay, fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so before you start, we will go with the last one. Any faculty members remaining? Choose. Otherwise, we can call one of the participants. No, no faculty participant. Okay. See, try your luck. The last one to go.
Take it. The code and the name. Yeah.
AEATSC 25346. 25346.
Name the tag.
Siddhi, preserve, empower, thrive, empowering community.
Thank you.
I'm happy that we didn't have to go to the standby list. Everyone was present. Traces, this is the thing? Ash? What is this? SCVA. Huh? What is this one finished? It's going to go now. Okay, this one is the... So the present...
Why is it not? Yeah.
Present number is 25358. SC 2535.
Oh, yeah.
It's working?
Yes.
Happy now?
Yes. Okay. So, very good afternoon. My thesis topic is Traces in the Ash, which is a Sati memorial in Nasik. And Traces in the Ash stems from a relentless need to confront the dark, often ignored history of Sati Pratha, which was a practice that claimed countless lives of women in the name of honor and devotion. So as a woman, I resonate with the silent agony and the sacrifices endured, and through this work, I'm trying to give voices and to those who are never heard. So exposing the dark layers of the history and trying to uncover those. And through Traces in the Ash, I also want to create a space which is not only a memory, it is a mirror. So you would understand that what has happened in the past and which should not be repeated, but how can we learn from it? So to understand that, first we need to understand who is Sati. So according to the Hindu mythology, Sati was the daughter of King Daksha Prajapati and the wife of Shiva. So the myth behind the practice was one fine day, there was a yagna at the place of Parvati's father, Daksha. And in that yagna, Shiva was never invited because of that insult, Sati immolated herself in the sacrificial fire. And that became a practice later on. So my concern was that what Sati was and how it is manipulated into the practice right now is the gap and is what my thesis tries to uncover. So what is Sati Pratha? Sati Pratha was a ritual in which the women had to sacrifice herself on the funeral pyre of her husband after his death. So this was to show their devotion and loyalty towards the husband.
And as it was seen as the ultimate act of devotion, but in truth, it was the ultimate denial of a woman's will and her choice to live. So understanding that, I also studied the various timelines of sati practice throughout the country, and the various timelines. So the first case was recorded in 5th century, and later on also in Rajasthan, the similar practices of Johar were held. And after understanding all this and how many reformers have tried to stop this and abolish this, so I tried to understand that. And from the ancient periods to this 21st century, there are many cases which were reported and are still reported in the remotest of villages. So the very famous case was Roop Kanwar, which was a 18-year-old woman. So it happened in Rajasthan, where they have celebrated that, and they have made a temple of her because of this ritual. So it's actually, if we say, it's very pathetic what has been happened, and I wanted to see how I can craft a space where these emotions are felt and not just in a temple or a shrine which is created. So these were some of the cases, and historical stories about Sati and Sati Pratha we can see during the 16th century, also during the time of Shivaji Maharaj, where his third wife Putlabai had gone through Sati, and also in various other castes like the Dangar castes, and not only here but also in other civilizations also. So it was spread all around India, in MP, in Rajasthan, and everywhere else. So I did a few case studies. I could not find anything related to Sati directly, so I did a few case studies to understand how these emotions are taken into space making. So this was one of the case study in which I tried to understand how those emotions are felt and can be experienced. This is also another case study in which similarly what has happened in the past with the Jews, and how a space has been crafted to give respect and to understand what has happened and to reflect upon it. This is also one of the cases in which I studied witch burning and witchcraft, which used to be practiced, and they have created a space in which there are just these mirrors and a fire pot in the center. So it is just the reflection and to understand what has happened with them. So this was one of the memorial I studied. And another one to understand the similar notions of it. So coming to the site, I chose the site Nasik. And why Nasik? So because of the mythological and spiritual heritage which is present already in Nasik, and because of the Godavari river, the site was chosen because it has witnessed many such sacred things. And one of the things which it has also witnessed is Sati. So Sati also had been used to practice in Nasik. So 4 different places were identified and considered for the memorial based on the historical and cultural context. So all the 3, this circle, are the 3 Sati, are the 3 potential sites where Sati shrines were present. So I had thought to create a memorial crafting spaces near those shrines. But that is situated on a very busy riverfront. It is near the Ramkund area in Nasik, which is a very which is a heritage place, and I cannot touch that zone. So I went to the site 4, which is the Sati Gate and Ghat area. So I have taken that as my site. So understanding all the factors, I felt Sati Ghat and the place where Sati has been practiced is the most relevant place to intervene for the intervention. So doing the comparative analysis and understanding the site forces and the site characters, site 4 was the most relevant. Yeah, so understanding the contextual layers, the river Godavari, I had divided the site into 2 parts, plot A and plot B across the river. But Later on, I have developed only on plot A. So understanding the context, I studied the various layers, the prominent nodes through which the site is connected to the main core, old Nasik core, but it is also away from the site, so it is getting a serious environment, a place where we can reflect and pause. So these were some of the urban layers which I understood. And the site, yeah. So the site is approximately 16,000 square meters, and it opens up on the north side towards the Godavari river. And one of the key features of the site was that it was an existing Sati Ghat, but now named as Hanuman Ghat. Because of the temple, they have just erased that it was a Sati Ghat, and now they are calling it as a Hanuman Ghat. Also, there is a peepal tree here near the temple, which is also worshipped. So this was the site. Yeah, there was this existing fort wall at the site present. So once the site, which was for the Sati ritual, it still carries the layers of history and memory. And now it is transformed into Hanuman Ghat, where people are still using that space in prayers, rituals, and gatherings. But beneath that hides is the most difficult truth, which is about suffering and the transformation of the place. So yeah, this is the existing site and the peepal tree. This is how you go down towards the site. This is the ghat area. So I have kept this, I have retained this, and I have crafted a memorial which is behind it. These are the views from the ghat. So as I started with a journey of the scars of the past. So each sketch and each line which I drew was about understanding those emotions and how it can be felt. So the spaces were imagined as light, fractured volumes, and which talks about the pain and the confinement also. Yeah. So I studied a poem, The Last Sati, which is written by Rudyard Kipling, and through that poem, I understood the journey of Sati, what she goes through before she takes that leap into the fire. And from that, I crafted some emotions, and based on that, I've tried to create the journey. Yeah. So understanding the emotions and journey of Sati, I had crafted a journey in which it talks about the sense of unease, helplessness, betrayal, and from that till liberation and hope. So this was the mood board and the idea of overall memorial, and the emotions which I wanted to work on. I had also done some sectional explorations in which I could understand the volumes, the light quality, and the journey of the Sati, of the women. From the poem, I also tried to understand how I can make spaces in terms of creating those emotions. So maze was one of the idea, how I could create those state of confusion and helplessness, and that's why these three options were to understand that journey and how those emotions can be, these are some of the zoning options and site forces diagrams to understand the journey. So my final form was to create a shikhara, a disintegrated temple shikhara, which is also a pure form just as a woman, but is broken and shattered. So that was it. So coming to the plan, you enter here at the south side, which is as per the Vastu, the side of death, and you enter, and towards the northeast is the existing ghat, which I showed. So the entire journey starts from death to the hope and liberation. And in that, I have crafted 4 spaces, the important spaces, which were the exhibition galleries, 1, 2, 3, and 4, and the museum, Sati Museum, which is my permanent museum space, the Sati Pradikshinapath. And all of the spaces are centered with the void of absence, which then connects you through the pathway of hope to the existing Sati Ghat. So while crafting each of the spaces, my idea was to keep that people disoriented, and whoever is coming to the museum crafts his or her own journey. So once you enter here, I wanted this to be a long journey before you enter the exact admin space, so that you are away from whatever you had in mind and come with a fresh mind. And then you enter into the exhibition gallery 1, which in way all the exhibitions are connected on the upper level also. So there is a loop. Even if you start from exhibition 1, you can directly go to 3 and vice versa. So that's how it was. This is the plan. Yeah. So in the sections, this is the section which is cutting through the exhibition 1, the 2, and the third space, which then leads to through the memory walk, in which I have crafted a space. There will be pyres which will be kept, and you will walk through that. So it also gives you that feeling of walking through the fire till the fire. Yeah. So these were some sectional explorations, and these were the sections. In this is the bridge which connects from exhibition gallery 1 to 2 through the void of absence, which also acts as a space which can be used even after the museum closes as a public space and for other activities. Yeah. So the two materials which I used were cotton steel and concrete, because concrete has this raw, unsettling texture which also depicts death, which can also talk about the harshness, and cotton steel because of the texture of it, and it also represents flames. So that those were the two materials which I explored. This is the entry to the memorial. This was the long path which you take before going into the memorial. This is exhibition 1. In this, the entire idea was to create a roof which is a shattered roof. So it is like the women are trying to break free through the fire. Yeah.
Just run through the slides.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yes. Yeah. Done.
Did you want to start?
It looks more very program heavy sort of a project, wherein I have to wait till the guard comes to remember Sati, right? There's one interesting project, not published much. It's a memorial for, or it's rather a samadhi for Kasturba Bai at Pune. It's in the backyard of Aga Khan Palace. I don't know how many of you have seen this, designed by Charles Correa. The most important part, which you initially started with, is the journey. Now, a journey has a prelude in the sense, some sort of an introduction or a premise, one requires to set, right? It's like you're in the plain lands and you're going up to the hills, right? You don't simply appear there, right?
Yeah.
But you have to encounter the ghat and, take the route all the way up to that, and there's a change in the temperature, change in, So basically, you need to condition one's mind, before I reach to that point. So hence, prelude becomes an important part of the journey. Like you go to any hill station or even go towards the coast, where you could really feel the moisture. The moisture is filled with salt, and So here, the beginning is your parking lot, right? I look at even a classic example, like any temple or any temple town. For example, big temple complexes in Tamil Nadu, where you're slowly conditioning one's mind before you're in front of the Garbhagriha, sanctorium. Like I'll give you one more anecdote where what is her name? Stella Kramrisch. She has written 2 volumes on Hindu temples. The second volume talks about how a common man understands this, deciphers this whole experience of going to a temple, right? For an enlightened or an evolved mind, you don't require a temple. But for somebody who is very naive, and for him to understand what this experience is all about, I think temple is one of the greatest example to portray. So somewhere I think one is it's too program heavy, too many distractions. Second, I think that prelude is missing greatly. Somehow the climax is fantastic because you have a ghat and river and all that. The middle part requires to be very, very subtle for you to engage. The whole purpose is to unclutter, not the opposite.
Yes.
Right? You need to distill quite a lot. Here, it's happening the other way. Too many things. Right? Your mind can't take all this.
Yes.
Understood? So, you have a fantastic topic to begin with, but these are the shortfalls. You agree or disagree?
Yeah, I agree on that. No, I'll respond later. Thank you.
I was also thinking that a powerful kind of impact in terms of, the walking next to the fire kind of thing. I mean, I was also thinking somewhat along the lines Sir was thinking, because you're walking through museums and museums are often so dreary and most people are not interested, and it's like a sequence of things. And about Sati, how much of museum and how much of information and how many galleries can we really display is what I was thinking as, I was seeing the layouts, like how much can it be? And then finally the impact itself, like the starkness and the boldness of the impact which is there in your form. If it is just one thing and if it just hits you, then if you do nothing much, consequently, it is about the experience and the impact of the experience.
Correct.
So I mean, it reminded me of this memorial in the Kochi art show. There was a memorial, I think two shows back. It was called The Sea of Pain. So it was a memorial, this artist, he's a poet. I think he was a Swiss poet. So he saw these 2 dead bodies of 2 boys washed ashore. And that was, he was doing a memorial to them. So it was a long industrial building. And you walk in with up to your knees, there is water. And it is just white walls. Everything else is just like an industrial shed. So you're walking, and then the poem unfolds. And the end of the poem, he says, they are not my sons, but I am still their father. So he ends the poem with that. And then you have to walk back. So it's a long, like a 30-feet walk, and you walk back 30 feet. But when you walk back the 30 feet, and if you're just reading the poem and going with the experience, the water turns to blood. You can't walk back. So it's so powerful and it's so stark. They're just white walls in the shed. And one would imagine, what is going to happen here? What is the impact? But I couldn't move. The water was all blood. And it happened to so many people. So, I feel when it is very stark, it can really hit you so hard. You don't have to do too much to make that happen, is what I feel too.
Right.
There are 2 part of this discussion I'm going to do with you. And right now my heart is beating very fast, so if I say something, please ignore nasty things. First thing is about architecture. What I understood was that you had certain psychology regarding certain things were happening. So you found out some of the emotions which Sati carries when she is going through that process. And the whole program was to make understand the other, and the opposite is a male who has to understand this first because they imposed as per you.
Correct.
So the idea was that a man understand how a woman goes through these emotions. And the whole project was to feel that. And both the people have put it very rightly that you didn't even discuss about that, how and when they will feel this. Apart from those roof structures and concrete block, which is, you say they are brutal and stuff like that. You showed an example of Daniel Libiskin, who did the museum. We were reading that, you have just read it, okay? We also were reading from our education, and we said he did that, he did that, he did that, and how this he interpreted the whole museum, and he became a master architect by doing that project. Recently we had a chance to go there, and I'll tell you two examples of those spaces. One was a big tower at the entrance, which is almost 4 to 5 story tall, and it is pitch dark, and there's a small slit at the top, and literally when you go inside, you can't see even yourself. I mean, you don't see your hands, but you can see that small slit. And what he wanted to convey is, like when these Nazis were hunting these people used to go to the basements, they used to go to the under the sofa and furniture, and they used to lay down there for like days and days, and they just see the sun is rising and sun is going down, and they just see through that slit of the woods. And they think the sun will rise one day. Right now I'm getting a goosebumps. But that experience you can see there. You stand there and you see that humongous volume and just ray of hope. The second incident was when you go to one of the route where he has cut all the faces. They are crying, they are like chilla rahe wo log.
Yes.
And they are made out of metal, 50 mm, 30 mm thick metal cut with the weld. And they are creepy. When you see them, they look very creepy. And you have to walk. You don't have a choice. That is the only path you have to walk. Yes. And when you start walking on top of it, because of the metal to metal, and the volume is so high, it creates a lot of echo. And you can't bear that 30 seconds of walk. You just feel they are screaming because you're looking at the metal plate, their faces, and you have to walk through that. Yeah. And you can feel how painful it would have been that a person walking to a street and he's just listening to these screams. Right. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So when you say fear, anger, whatever emotions they are, a opposite person should feel it. And that was the purpose of this whole project.
Right.
So I think that purpose is missed. Either you are not able to explain it, but you were trying too much. And you spent a lot of time in understanding the context of it.
Yeah.
And the entrance you showed. If you think that women were deprived, then the entrance should be very humble and such a tiny entrance where a person should feel how it feels to go through this door. It looks humongous that you are endorsing that it was a good system. The way it has been made a grand entrance to the Sati Memorial. That's what my interpretation is.
Okay.
This was all about architecture. The second part is your research. Who is Kipling, the poem which you said? Who is he? He or she? I'm asking you. Who is?
Yeah.
Who is? I mean, I don't know her. So, her or him? Who?
Him.
Is a woman?
Him.
Him. And where he lives? I mean, he's Indian?
No.
and
I understood. I understood. Please.
yeah, he has written this poem, and I read that poem, The Last Sati, and based on that, I have.
So, my point here is when the Indian scriptures or Indian context are translated by foreigners, they are always misread. Because there are certain words in our history or in our scriptures, they don't have words for it. Like slavery. We say something else. For them, it is only one form of service, which is slavery. So anything you write in Sanskrit, Hindi, Tamil, the person is serving someone, they always translate into slavery. Okay? Because they don't have any other form of service. So the same thing happens when a person who is reading this whole phenomena of Sati Pratha, they read into only one direction. And this is why such poem comes in. Your complete context is wrong when you say the Sati Pratha was started with Sati died in a Daksh Yagna. It has nothing to do with that.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling, that it is the mythological story and people have misinterpreted it and
Yes.
Completely changed what was in the past. And
Okay. Because Sati was never forced to fall in a fire. Even Shiva was not there. And you will agree with me that any good system start with certain good intention, because everything start principally correct. Anything. Any form of innovation, any form of system always start with a good principles. And eventually when it grows, it dilutes and bad things comes in, the greed take place and the original principles are ruined. This is what happened with this system also. Yeah. There was, because you said recorded in 510, okay? So before that, what used to happen? How this whole system came in? Because our writing goes more than 7,000, 8,000 or time immemorial. We don't know where it comes from. So the in between, whatever has happened was very bad. I'm not saying that they were never forced. They were forced. But previously it was not forced. It was a willingly done. And you said something happened in Johar in Rajasthan. Johar is completely different than Sati.
Yeah.
Okay, so there are distinct issues which you have merged, and there was only one-sided story, and you were too much into it. Definitely, you have to get the reference out of it to make people aware.
Yeah.
And you could manage to find it, but it was not translated. So I would urge everyone that whenever you come to such sensitive context, don't rely on one source. Try to read our own scriptures by our own, because everybody has their own interpretation to it. And that will help you a lot to find a balanced view towards any issues. And you can able to cater them better way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions from the audience? No? Oh, there is a question there. There is a question. Can you set the mic there? You can come ahead also. There's last.
And I had actually detailed out each of the spaces, but I could not get enough time to explain. As you were saying, the experience of each place, the light quality, जो मैंने sectional explorations किए थे, based on that, I tried to bring all that into the project. But as you said, it's too much and too cluttered to explain it in 10 minutes. So yeah.
You can ask the question.
First of all, congratulations on the completion of your project. One thing I wanted to ask actually, because even my project was on the riverfront of Godavari itself in Nashik. So when I was doing the study for the entire geographical thing also, so I got to know that Godavari is a river that floods a lot, irrespective of any season. So I was suggested by my guide that I place my structure at least 100 meters away from the flood line. But here, as I saw your sections, I could not see that. So is that a way that you've dealt with the flooding, or how have you incorporated that in your design?
Majority of this flood area I had considered. So I had considered only 50 meters, and I had placed the ghat there. And after that, the temporary structure, and then would be my RCC. So that's why I utilized that space into the amphitheater and ghat steps. So, yeah.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
Any more? Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So we have the last presentation of the day. Yeah. And that is Thrive Empowering Community-Driven Architecture, Ahmedabad.
Let me check.
Preserve, Empower, Thrive. Empowering Community-Driven Architecture, Ahmedabad. That's what it is called.
या मुझे माइक चाहिए चलने के लिए या
Attention to every participants here. It's been a great thing that you have made it so much here, and everyone would have been prepared, and only 10 can be the finalists, and that is the case. Now after this, it does not mean that the end of it, and you will be getting a certificate at the end of the valedictory. So I request that everybody remain and get the certificate and have a group pic. Going to be part of your great life. Thank you.
hello yeah, wait. Hello. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Good.
Okay, so we start now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Habib. So the journey has been started from when I was a child. So when somehow I lost somewhere, and my mom, I lost somewhere, and one Siddhi community, which is an African person, has recognized me, and he was asking me, oh, where are you going? So suddenly my mom said, ki, stay away from them. They are Africans, they are not Indians, they kidnap you and all. So yeah, there is a ideology which is there for us regarding the African people. So these are so my thesis topic is on Siddhi community, which is an African people who lives in India. So Africans by origin, but Indian by nationality. So they know Hindi, they speak in Hindi, they speak Gujarati and all. Yeah. So migrated centuries ago from Somalia, Ethiopia and Kenya. They were migrated for different reasons like trade, slavery and Portuguese. Then they were also a guard for the Ahmedabad gate. So from there I had a question that why these communities are so scheduled tribes, so untouchable, like people are seeing them as a something like Nicha or anything like that. So it started when I was researching why these communities here, what role they have did in their Indian history. So while doing a case study, I went to the Murud Janjira. Murud Janjira is a fort which is in Pen ke aage, which is in Alibag se thoda sa aage. So I saw they have made a tremendous in the Indian history. Plus, you have recognized the Siddhi Sayyid Jali. That is a Jali which is also the emblem of Gujarat or maybe Gujarat and IIM. So that Jali has been, that mosque has been built by the African people. So these are the Siddhi people who have built that mosque. So when I went to the Ahmedabad, so I was not knowing where the community lives, where they stay. So when I went to the Ahmedabad, so I talked with the Aga Khan AKD, Aga Khan Rural Development Program. So I met with the Hasmukh sir. He said, we have work in a Talala Saurashtra region. There are people, but I was not aware that Siddhi community also stay in Ahmedabad. So I was staying over here, that was my hotel, and I used to pray in this mosque, the Siddhi Sayyid Mosque. I wanted a site nearby to the community so that they can get a easy access. So somewhere at some time I got an opportunity. One random people said me that you are searching for Siddhi community, they stay over here. So I somehow went to there where this community lives. So I went there. That is a Pathagova area. So I talked with the community. So basically, this Siddhi community is in the criteria of ST. ST is a scheduled tribe. So scheduled tribe, there is a benefit that government recognizes as a scheduled tribe. They will give a benefit. But the problem in the Ahmedabad was they were not giving up any loan or any benefit because during many of the people from in the urban area says you are not an Indian, you are a foreigners. So why do you want a loan? Why you are not from here? So why do you want to have loans and anything else? So so these were some history I was looking at. So many people were so I went to their hometown. When I had a talk with the Hasmukh sir, he said go to the Talala region, that is a Saurashtra, and go there and you will meet Padma Shri Award winner Hirabai Ibrahim Lobi, which is a Padma Shri Award. You will meet her. I have a branch there, and go there. They will help you for your program generation. So I wanted to generate program as per their needs, and so when I went there, when I went there, I got to know that Saloni ma'am used to teach Siddhi African people. Then she took me to the nearby area, their village, where I met with the Hirabai ma'am. She was saying that she has a dream to for their people. So she take as an initiative for their community, and she was getting a help from Aga Khan. So for the funding purpose, she get 2 to 3 lakhs as a funding from the Indian government. So she did a tremendous work in there for the Siddhi community in that region. But she want that their children should get a recognition in terms of education and future. So so when I talk with these people, this was me. So when I talk with these people, they are saying that we need a program, not promises. So give us a program, give us a platform, we will do. About Siddhi communities, this is the African people, they have an athlete gene. So there was benefit, one benefit that we can give them a program of sports, plus they are active, and plus women were demanding, we want some skill development. So I went again to the Ahmedabad. So looking at the condition of village, I thought they are getting a good amount of benefit from the government, but the problem is Ahmedabad, they are not getting any benefit. So I choose a site nearby to the riverfront, Ahmedabad riverfront only. That was in a Gautan region. So I talked with the community that what could we do. So they said we can design there we can propose, and I took a site in front of Sabarmati riverfront, which is a 29,000 square meter. This is a riverfront, Sabarmati riverfront. So site has a gentle slope, 5 meter. So 1 meter, 5 meter slope. So also there was a slum behind. So they were also saying, and I talked with the people around that area. They said, okay, we can propose a design where we can have a sports, we can have a school for our children, and so yeah. So I initially had a design in my mind. So I showed them when I visited Gujarat that this is how I'm thinking for you all. So they said, we want a school. If you're able to design school for us, it will be a benefit for us. We want a progress for our children, for our future. We have a concern that we have such a history in our in India, and we are somehow lost in this country. So they need school, they need proper recognition, they need a platform where their voices can be raised, and they need they were good in embroidery, so they need a platform for women so that they can showcase their, and also they need this. Many people don't know that African people still exist in our India, so they need that recognition. One of the guys told me that this hair is our identity over here. So by looking here, people say that you are not from here, and they are treating it thoda sa. So I was in a thought, how can an architecture solve social problem? Because it is something which is an individual problem which people already have. So I can't change the mindset of the people, but I had a thought, why can't we have a Hussein Bolt from here or a Shah Rukh Khan from here? Maybe a Hussein Bolt can change the mentality of the people, or maybe a Shah Rukh Khan from this center can come as a, maybe, I don't know. I'm just thinking a lot. So talking about design start with the vault. So initially I placed 12, this is a great pattern, 12 by 20 meter. So I thought 12 by 20, let's 12 into 1.6, that is a golden ratio, so 12 by 20 mil gaya. So let's design in a grid pattern. So by a grid, maybe there will be a future benefit of incremental, maybe. So I'm designing in that way. Plus there was a concept of roller. So when a kid is playing, agar koi bachcha khel raha hai, so there is a track, this RCC vault, this RCC beam is like a track for me, and this vault are like a roller. So that if a bachcha is playing, that he can move aage piche. That was a thing, that why can't I have a vault which can be placed maybe behind, depend upon the future. Then I was also thinking that when I visited their village, they have a platform, raised platform, they have a lot of things. Why can't I have a micro in between a lot of green spaces that define the micro sensitivity and microclimate, and so also, yeah. So this is my site. So while entering to this is a parking area. So while entering over here, this zone is a school block, and this is a dormitories. Why dormitories? Because if people are coming from village, they can stay over here. Also, this is a place for a skill development, community healthcare, and then community kitchen. So everything is been demanded by the Hirabai ma'am and the local people, that they need a community kitchen, they need a skill development for their people, they need dormitories. Even when I went to the village, Hirabai ma'am itself took me to their site, which is in a village, and they were demanding, this is my dream design over here. So I was like, you already have everything, but Ahmedabad people have nothing, and I need them as a recognition. So coming over here, this is a entry basically, and this is a skill development, and this is a like a swimming वुमेन्स के लिए जो भी होता है एम्ब्रॉयडरी एंड एवरीथिंग एंड दिस इज a healthcare sector. So why healthcare? What if a Siddhi community woman is pregnant, or maybe if there is a problem in community healthcare, a lot of people don't recognize, already they are not recognizing क्या मालूम ले भी ना hospital में. So this is for the healthcare purpose. And I talked with the Aga Khan, they were saying give me a program, we will run this center. So they were saying give a healthcare, I will allot the volunteers from Aga Khan only to run. Another concern was the program का okay वो बाद में आते हैं. This was an exhibition space, and exhibition space when I went to the Pathago, that Ahmedabad site, they were saying कि we will मतलब okay बाद में आते हैं उस पे भी. So this is a mosque. Okay, so this one is a healthcare plus community kitchen plus yoga and a multi-purpose space. I was thinking why can't we have a so I was thinking let's have multiple spaces. So this could be a polio area. There is a line for polio. Also there Hirabai ma'am speaking about their how she taken an initiative. This is a healthcare block. This is a community kitchen. Also I'm thinking what about their marriage? Or one of the community members said what about my cultural dance? So there could be a space for cultural dance. There could be a space. This could be used as a marriage. This could be used as a cultural space. This is a school blocks stilt area, and this is a load bearing structure. The load bearing structure 7.5 meter height. Why vault is in this way? Because I just wanted to block the harsh sun rays from here, and the vault is made of a brick and mosaic tiles, and this load bearing walls are 340 to 400 meter thickness and 1.5 meter. Also that so it is designed in such a way that this is 1.5 meter ka vault, this is 1.5 meter ka RCC brick beam, and this is a vault. So in इसके नीचे all the services are there like toilets and staircase and जितना भी खटकी बन रहा है like cupboards and all. This is an exhibition space. So they want ki even not just for us, other community can also use. So this is a skill development center. Maybe Hirabai ma'am can give a tech talk over here if she want. This is a mosque.
Jurors can start, anybody can start.
Thank you for showing that you were so involved in the project with the way you introduced the project, and I think it was very evident throughout that since it is under the social concerns category, I could see your involvement and your immersion in the process of knowing the community. A couple of questions I have. What is the strength of the community, and how much space and what is the requirement in terms of area program, and how many people are going to be using this?
Okay, so in Ahmedabad there 1,000 people stays in Ahmedabad. Some are prominent, some are scattered. So 1,000 people. So I have designed for 300 to 400 people, and plus I have given a chance for incremental in future. They wanted to like if there is a contour, so there is a play of contour. If they wanted to have a slab prefabricated, मतलब contour के इसमें, so they can have a slab and they can build one more classroom. So on that basis कि maybe 800-900 तक वो जाए, तो on that basis वो design.
Fair enough. So, you know, I have always wondered about this debate of inclusion versus exclusivity, like whether it is old people, whether it is certain communities, by making them separate and giving them separate spaces, are we actually helping with their integration, or are we further segregating them in some way? Has always been a question. Yes, there is this need for identity, and you know, I like that there is a mosque. I like that there is, I'm assuming it's tilted because of the west axis. So I like
Yeah,
that.
exactly.
Yeah. So I like that there is a sense of identity and a character that you want to create for the community. I'm not very sure how it reflects the Siddhi community itself, like the vaulted structures, or you know, what are you doing, which is more. I recently came back from Kenya, so I know that Somalis are very different culturally, and they do stand out even from the African crowd. So in terms of what you have done specially for them as an identity is one question. And this larger question of whether inclusion is better or exclusion is better is something I would like to know what you feel. Like if their children go to schools with other children, will they feel more assimilated?
So, okay. I just wanted to tell you one story behind this. Okay. So while I was doing a case study, so I did a case study on a Kenya people. So there was a Kubera initiative. So usme there was a people were drugs addicted. The youngsters they were drugs addicted. So they tried. So they thought कि अब क्या कर सकते थे. So what they did is they provided a sports as a facility. They said कि this is how we can maybe give a chance to get मतलब उससे बाहर निकलने के लिए from drugs. Second, I also did a case study on Afghan people, how the Taliban has overcome in Afghanistan, and then how women are oppressed. So how women are writing a poem so that they can express their voice. So I thought this could be like, I have not said in a skill development, but in a skill development, all this can be included. So for a sports, I thought ki not only for the Siddhi community, yeah, of course this is will run by the Siddhi community, but maybe everyone can use it, but this will run by the Siddhi community only. In exhibition space, maybe other Banjara people, other people can give an exhibition, they can have a joint meeting, because this is also act as a platform to raise their voice. That's all it is.
In terms of built language, how do you think it represents the community, the vaults? Is it something you thought about?
Vault, why vault? Because of vault, I'm getting a quite good amount of space, because vault is aisa. Yeah, so all the brick piers are at the either side. So I'm getting a good amount of space in either under, and that either side can be used as a cabinet or maybe a storage for chairs, or maybe any other storage, or all the services are running. So I talk with them, then I'm thinking about a vault. So
it may not
also
stand
because
out
of
in Ahmedabad, right? Like after B.V. Doshi and his many, you know,
Yeah.
it may not look very different from that vault, for example. Sangat vault, right? So do you think a vault is representative of the community?
I have not thought in that way, but yeah, because of vault I'm getting that grid pattern, that beam. Because of beam, I'm already it is a hot and arid climate, तो evaporation बहुत जल्दी हो जाता है. तो I'm thinking कि मैं पानी कैसे बचा सकता हूँ. तो that vault give a good amount of space. Second, वो पानी beam से वो नीचे जाता है, which is a rechargeable inside the तो rainwater harvesting.
Please don't show this to Bimal Patel. आपसे छीन लेगा ये project. Anyway, I'm really glad that see, it's a doable project. Straight away, I can. So because the way you conceived this whole project, and you even figured out, who is behind this, who are the, how do you say, probable funding agents, who could do this, like Aga Khan is there, and that lady who is. I think you have done your homework very well. I mean, besides your the architecture, I think that's primary. Somebody has to. That's the crux of this whole project. How do I make this realize, right? And what is the method to arrive at it, right? This site could be anywhere, but the crux here is what is the method to tap this, right?
Yeah.
And who funds this, right? And it's a doable project. Second thing is I felt that it should be more inclusive, not exclusive. You have to treat it as a place to reconcile, otherwise they remain as an alienated community. So in order to bring them together, you need to reconcile in such a way that it becomes part of the neighborhood, right? It's partly an urban design exercise in order to bring in some porosity, so that I don't enter through one gateway there with a chowkidar there, standing. I should be, just passing through this. By the way, yes,
So,
there is this community, where I could be one of the active participant, as an effort to reconcile, right? That is the only way through, to make them as part of our community. So make it a little more porous, so that, and even that beautiful Maidan, you have created, I think it should be accessible for all. And that is when there is a chance happening that, I get to meet the local people and they get to meet the local people. And sports is something, which brings people together, irrespective of the caste, creed, or the community. That is one thing, which holds us back, right? Great effort, I must say.
Yeah, so one concern that I had was, what if ये program, whatever I have provided, abandoned हो गया, नहीं चला, or maybe it is not run, or maybe some future there will be some problem. Then, because I have visited one case study, which is a magic bus designed by RMA and Architecture Bureau. So I visited there and then asked them, because it was the same case study for my thesis only. So I asked them why your project has been abandoned, because eventually you were doing well in terms of skill development and all. So they said that one problem was during a COVID. So during a COVID, they face a lot of problem in terms of funding. Second, people engagement. So transition and lost हो गया. Because of that, they have shifted their programs. तो अभी वो लोग गांव-गांव में जाके they are asking to come for a मतलब सिलाई के लिए and anything else. So I thought, what could be this happens? So I asked with the community that what if आपका program somehow fail हो गया? Then what will happen? So they were saying कि maybe we can have a problem is they have a charity system in their community. तो उनका एक बाबा गौर नाम का देयर इज़ अ कम्युनिटी लीडर, मतलब जिसका वो पूजा करते हैं. तो उसमें दे गिव अ लॉट ऑफ चैरिटी, प्लस दे गेट अ चैरिटी फ्रॉम आगा खान, फ्रॉम गवर्नमेंट, बिकॉज एसटी कैटेगरी में आता है. तो दे सेड कि हम रन तो कर लेंगे, प्लस देयर वुमेन्स आर गुड इन एम्ब्रॉयडरी. तो आई थॉट व्हाई कांट वी हैव अ सिद्धि का ब्रांड as an embroidery and we can sell. So I thought that skill development could be also used as a factory, maybe that there is a Siddhi brand, कोई आया लेके गया हो पूरा अहमदाबाद, because already textile में अहमदाबाद is good. So maybe this could be one opportunity. Second about the people inclusivity, that this is not only designed for the Siddhi communities, it is for whole. And also that community kitchen this is for whole people who is visiting over there, and community kitchen, healthcare, this is all for everyone. But the problem is this will be run by the Siddhi community, so that उनको ऐसा निकाल ना दे. Run will be by Siddhi community. Baki this will be inclusive.
Have a very good business plan.
It's a holistic approach. Thank you so much. We have seen yesterday, we saw your seats, and we were very much happy to look at the way you have presented things. And today also, you speak out of your heart. You didn't. I don't know how you have not prepared the script or whatever it is, but you have a lot of things to do. I mean, you have. When we see your drawings, we can see your intent. It's very clear, but you are not able to put into the words. It's a necessary skill one should develop. Sometimes what happens is, I don't feel offended if anybody relate to it, but what happens is, the people, when I studied in regional languages, Gujarati, and when we first time went to college, everybody speaking in English, and कुछ समझ ही नहीं आ रहा था कि क्या बात चल रहा है. And there are some people from CBSE board, Delhi or वो लोग, when they used to speak, it just flows like English flows like anything. And when we started understanding it, we realized that it was bullshit, not useful, but it feels like they have done good design. So this skill has to be learned. How do you present your ideas? You may have a great idea, but sometimes they fail to connect only because of the barrier, but that's fine. A lot of things has already said. You have spoke beautifully, and there are a lot of things you have done. Only thing, the debate still remains that exclusion or inclusion. The whole idea came about this project is because they are not recognized. And 5-6 years back, I saw one of the video where I see these people are singing in Mukesh song. Dosti ka song tha. They were singing very fluently, and I was awestruck. I never knew 5-6 years back these people lives here. And then I find out that in Talala region, all these people lives. So yeah, it is not known to the people. And to include them into the community, the transparency has to be there. And regarding both the jurors asked, like, what will be the inclusion part, like the vaulted structure or the type of architecture. It may not be needed that it can be African, Kenyan, or their ethnicity. It can be very Indian. And when they see people living there into spaces which feels like not Indian, but the spaces are Indian, that might derive that connection that they belongs to this land. Now they belongs to this land. Yeah. We accepted many invaders, and they were not even invaders. So to accept them, the whole space, the architecture, where architecture can play a role in sense, that is, the architecture is very Indian, and people will start accepting that building is our own, the people are our own. So this way, I think that can help you further.
Also, I have one more story. Sorry. So when I went to the Saurashtra region, the Talala Jambur area, so there was a huge language barrier because that Hirabai ma'am doesn't know Hindi and I don't know Gujarati. No, I'm from Mumbai only. They were showing their papers ki you can design over here, this is my plot, ye wo. So there is a language barrier, but it's okay. Second,
so lively presentation. Any questions from the audience? I'm expecting some question at least. No? There is one hand. Okay. Just set the mic.
Hello, good evening. It was a nice entry overall and your input. I just wanted to ask whether when you're doing this kind of a research, when you're doing this kind of a research, what kind of a literature review that you have done? Because you used one word in the start, maybe as one of the examples or your own experiences as the African community. Keep on tagging them African, whether they are Indo-African as a genetic community, right? Secondly, they are Siddhis. Third, they have a distinct religion. Fourth, they have been already identified. You only said they have been identified as a scheduled tribe. So it has been already been identified. So what kind of, based on what database, or it's just a conceived notion or the perceived notion based on which this entire thesis is being based? I just want to know what is the data or any kind of a scholars that you have referred as a literature.
So for this mainly it is all about my own personal experience, all about my interview.
How many days you have spent there?
6 months.
Okay. Only 6 months, okay.
Yeah. So it is all about the personal experience and personal interview, plus there is a movie about Siddhi community. There is a lot of videos, YouTube videos about Siddhi. There are a lot of people, African people who stays in Baikalla and Wasi and wo sab area mein. There are people who stays there. So I also visited there also. कि आपको कुछ problem है क्या? I just wanted a site. So only Karnataka was remaining. Other than Karnataka, I went Gujarat, Baikalla, Ahmedabad, kya. I did everything.
Okay.
Just to respond to her
one question.
What is their domicile? I mean, are they being given the citizenship?
Citizenship. They are Indian only.
So I think you should have spelt it in the beginning. So there's no. So the moment you say they are scheduled tribe, that means they already been recognized as one of those tribes residing in India, and they are all very geographic specific. When you say ST, you cannot claim benefits other than this place, or wherever they are residing, or wherever their domicile is. Okay? So I think, what was your...
So I just wanted to know why he used the term, whatever he was using at the start of it, and based on what motion actually the conversation for him started. Like, was it a first experience or maybe a 6-monthly experience as he explained?
No, was it offending that,
Yeah, definitely it is for the community, right? Because he's talking about the discrimination and inclusivity on the same platform, but while starting the conversation, he's talking about, word African. So then isn't that discrimination? That is one thing. And second, he was talking about how, research and thesis will help to that particular community. But whether the government has already been tapped, then are you going to talk about the social aspect? Then what are those, there are certain scholars that he has to refer. So my second question was on that. Which scholars that you have referred, based on which you might have landed on this particular patch. So these are the only two questions: literature review and on what database this is.
Okay, so these are all little sensitive. I mean, he may have taken it little lightly. I mean, this is something, you require to learn, because if you are working with a particular community, I think you also need to understand their etiquette, right? And I mean, there will be some things, will trigger, this, how do you say, disagreements, okay? But nevertheless, it's a good effort, barring these few things, which you need to be a little careful, because you are using a public forum to address a community. So one needs to be a little more empathetic and sensitive.
Yeah, talking about her question, when I came back to Ahmedabad, I again met with Hasmukh sir.
I think it was just a point you should note down for future reference, that when you're talking about something, you have to speak a certain language when it is required. That was the feedback. And I think the point you mentioned about data points, right? I wanted to pick on that. Like, where does somebody get enough information to make an intervention? Who are they intervening for? How many people? It's not specific to your thesis, but in general also, I feel it's very important, because when it is a student thesis, then the student assumes, okay, this is necessary or this is good for them. Like many of the questions we also had about livelihood, no, making pickle and making papad is good for them. Like, who is deciding this? How much is the demand for this? How many people are actually there who are in need of this? Is a question, and it is for many of these theses which are to do with social concerns, like looking at it futuristically a little more than, you know, these traditional kind of handicraft, handloom kind of skill-based things which were the past. And where is the community moving? Like the younger people in the community might be moving out and getting an education like we all are, and doing other things, right? So even if we do such a center, who's going to be using it consequently if it is a very traditional craft? So I think craft, or, you know, whatever, home-based kind of industry, like, do they all really want to sit and make whatever bakris or whatever this is, right? So I feel like that is a very critical question in the social category, and data support for that, like, this is the, you know, this is how the community is evolving. So many youngsters are going in search of more conventional jobs. This is what is remaining. We're catering to the older people, therefore we're mechanizing a few things, or we're catering to young and old. So I think a little, for many of the entries, it's not only you. I think many of them needed to address that aspect deeper, and I think it's a very valid question on what the data points are and what is to be addressed.
So with that, we come to the end of the program. Is there any announcements to be made? Okay, so I think because we are convening again.
So we are concluding the jury sessions. The award ceremony will start at 4:30. So requesting everyone to have your tea in the atrium and come back in the auditorium by 4:30. And all the participants will be awarded a certificate. So requesting everyone to stay back. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I hope you all had a meaningful and engaging time during the student jury presentations the entire day today. It was a wonderful opportunity to witness the fresh ideas and young minds from across Zone 3. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all back to the award ceremony of the COA Awards Zone 3, organized by the Council of Architecture and proudly hosted by our institute, WESCO. This evening is not just a celebration of design, but of creativity, learning, and architectural excellence. I request you to all give a round of applause for Council of Architecture. I now welcome our principal, Dr. Professor Anand Achari, sir, to deliver the welcome address. Can we please have a round of applause for our principal? You want to?
Morning,
Babu. Sorry, afternoon.
A very good evening to everyone, all young minds. The youngest mind with us, Professor Madhav Devak sir. On behalf of WESCO, it is my privilege to extend a warm welcome to our esteemed dignitaries, our Council President, Architect Professor Abhay Purohit sir, COA TRC Director, Professor Jayashree Deshpande Madam, other members who were coordinators for the awards, Dr. Anirudh Paul and Architect Mohammad Anis, our respected jury members, Architect Sharanya Iyer Madam, Architect Dinesh Sutar and Architect Nagesh sir. I welcome you all. Also our governing body members, Professor Akhtar Chauhan sir, to our principal, Architect Rajiv Mishra sir, Architect Aparna Surve Madam, we welcome you. We are truly honored to have you with us on this forum. The Council of Architecture has played a pivotal role in shaping and strengthening this architectural education across this country. Though it's through its constant guidance, academic reforms and initiatives, it has empowered institutions to grow, evolve and align themselves with the highest standard of professional excellence. COA has ensured that architectural education is not only about technical knowledge, but also nurturing creativity, critical thinking, and responsibility towards society and built environment. Institutions like WESCO have greatly benefited with this vision, enabling us to provide our students with a platform that prepares them for the challenges of the profession. I hope each one of you who have gone through this long day, attended this jury, had a big takeaway from today. We are grateful to the entire council and all its members for its continued support, encouragement and inspiration they have given us. With this, I once again welcome each one of you for this occasion and thank you for gracing this occasion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. To begin this evening, we have a very special moment, the launch of the book called From Pre-Design to Design, authored by architect Naresh Shah and co-authored by architect Prasad Anaukar, sir. This book highlights the critical importance of pre-design stage in architecture, where problem definition, rational thinking, and creativity converge to shape meaningful and context-sensitive design outcomes. Published by the Council of Architecture, it makes a valuable contribution to both academic and professional discourse in our field. We are especially proud that this very week, WESCO hosted a COA TRC program, training program, conducted on our campus by architect Naresh Shah sir himself, exploring the very concepts that are outlined in this book. We extend our heartfelt thanks to the Council of Architecture for facilitating this impactful initiative and for its continuous support towards academic growth across institutions in India. It is also worth noting that From Pre-Design to Design is a second part of an important body of work. The first volume, which was called An Introduction to Pre-Design, was published earlier by Council of Architecture and distributed nationwide. While that book laid the foundations of pre-design thinking, this new volume carries the process forward into design application, bridging analysis, creativity, and architectural solutions. I now request our principal, Dr. Professor Anandachari sir, and our governing council member, Professor Akhtar Chauhan sir, to kindly come forward and felicitate architect Naresh Shah sir. Please give a round of applause. Thank you. Felicitate Naresh Shah sir. I request sir to sit on the stage. We'll continue the event. Please be. Sir. I now request architect Naresh Shah sir to share a few words and address the audience. Few words.
Good evening, everybody. It is indeed a pleasure and a privilege to be here amongst all of you this evening for the release of book by my friend Naresh Shah. As far as Naresh is concerned, it has been a mission for many years about pre-design design, and now it's culminating in the form of a book for which I wish to thank and compliment Council of Architecture. Sir, you have taken this initiative, which is well worth, and even before that, you have printed a number of books which are going to help the students, not to mention our own books, 3 books which Council has published. Another important thing that you have been doing is the award for thesis. The kind of functions that you have and the kind of interaction that you have with people who have participated in the process. I have attended 2 such functions and it's remarkable. And that has contributed a great deal. This occasion reminds me of my encounter with Pilu Modi when we felicited him on the launch of Sir JJ. He told me that now I have given you a complete act which is passed by Parliament. And now it is for all of you to take it further. And I'm happy to say that successive presidents, including the names don't come to me, Vijay Sohni and others have done wonderful work to do things which help our profession. The most recent thing that Purohit sir did 2 years ago is to launch Janamitra and Vastumitra, which in the manual we have been talking about pro bono publico service that we architects should do. And that is an admirable step which all of you should take up and take it further in the interest of not only our own profession, but also the contribution that architects can make for improvement of environment and many other things. I don't want to mention nothing. So all in all, I want to congratulate Naresh for writing this book and also Council for publishing it. And I'm sure it's going to be of tremendous help to the student community for years to come. And once again, I wish to thank Council of Architecture as well as Vivekananda College of Architecture for giving me the honor of being here this evening, and I shall always cherish the memory of this occasion. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay. Thank you, Madhav sir. He called me his friend. I'm a student at JJ. When I was there, he was in those days we used to have things called studio assistants, and he was very young then, and I've known him since that time. Talking about the book, I will start with thanking people who are responsible and the organizations that are responsible. So this is being published by Council of Architecture. So I express my gratitude, mark my word, to you, sir, as an organization. It was one of your predecessors, Uday Gadkari, who saw me in Nagpur and told me that what I was doing was good for the schools, but bad because I was just doing it for people I know. And he wanted to take it further and send me to Pune to see Dr. Deshpande. And when I met Yashri Madam and found out that Council of Architecture does seminar only for the faculty, I flatly refused to do it because faculty knows everything. Who am I to teach them? And she convinced me that because of my age, the difference between student and faculty is not much for me, and told me to try it one time. And what I was doing throughout the nation, from Goa to Cuttack for schools, was like 2 or 3 day program. We expanded that into 5-day program, and that became the workshop for pre-design, and they would get students, faculty from all over India. They would stay in Pune for a week, and for a week I would do this song and dance act called pre-design. It was a successful thing because in the first place I felt comfortable doing it for faculty, and secondly, a lot of faculty, the kind of feedback I got from the faculty was different. And thirdly, there was an economy of scale. I was scaling it up. Instead of teaching one student at a time, I was teaching one faculty at a time, which meant 50 or 100 or 500 or 1,000 students, depending on how long that faculty taught design. Then Jayashree Madam once again told me that there is no reference book on pre-design. So she asked me to write a book, which I flatly refused. Then she convinced me that all I have to do is use the PPT presentation as illustrations in the book and write what I spoke. That would be the manuscript. That's how the first book came about. It got published in 2015. So from 2009 to 2015, I was doing these kinds of seminars. And after that, the word got around and pre-design started, its presence was being felt. The reason I was doing it is that I found out that the design, the way it was taught in colleges, was not much different. I'm talking about 2008-9 period. It was not much different than what I was learning in 1962 at JJ. And that's when I realized that I should introduce the pre-design as a subject. Prasad Anavkar, who is much younger, was my partner, and we were both at Kamala Rahija at that time. And I decided that I cannot teach in the college with these conditions, because pre-design I tried to introduce. And we did one project at Kamala Rahija, and that was well received. So much so that Council of Architecture had a seminar on that project. And that is the time I first went to Pune and met Jayashree Gadkar, that time. The intent was to demystify design. Students are afraid of design. And I wanted to demystify design. And what I did was, I gave them a way of approaching design problem by rational means, by logic, by imagination, but mostly by just common sense things and using them in order to get information that they need for the project. And what I told them is that you need to know what the disease is. You need to have a diagnosis before you treat somebody. If that is true for doctors, why isn't it true for you? A few years later, once again, I go to Pune often. Jayashree Madam said to me, hey, now people are getting familiar with the pre-design. See, when I was doing pre-design, when I did a pre-design project, many of the colleges wanted me to do a follow-up to that as a design project. And I refused that. I said, hey, everybody teaches design. Or in other words, everybody and their uncle teaches design. But nobody teaches pre-design. So I don't want to teach it. I will focus on design. So now, Jayashree Madam said, now everybody, people are teaching pre-design. These are the people that you taught, the faculty, they're teaching all over the place. So why don't you write a book? And this was in 2019. Then I had I had problems. I had amputation, I had to go to the States. There was COVID. There were delays of one kind or the other. And the book was coming along. And then the third person came into, and that is Anand sir. And Anand sir had organized a seminar for his students when I was in US getting the treatment. And he called me there and he said, hey, can you, and I said, I don't have any material with me. How can I do seminar? He said, I'll send you the material. And he sent me his own presentation on pre-design. And that one act sold me on on the college. I said, I'll do anything for you, no problem. And we did a 1 hour long, 1.5 hour long program. So I came here and I started talking, and I realized that here's a man who understands pre-design, but he is insisting that his faculty learn it, and he is doing it consistently. He's just doing it. And he's insisting on it, and he's not satisfied. And I'm saying to myself, my God, the thing is that when I started the pre-design thing, I would approach different principals. And many of them were my colleagues, my friends, people I used to sit and have fun with. Some were my juniors that I helped. But they wouldn't give me time of the day. They wouldn't give me one day because they thought pre-design was a waste of time. You know what? Jayashree madam in one of her lectures mentioned, because she has a view of the whole nation, what is happening in the whole nation. And she said many of the colleges not only are teaching pre-design, but they are devoting 25% or 30% of the time allocated for pre-design. The book was published in 2015. 10 years later, that one solitary act has changed the curriculum. This has become that. So I said, okay, now I'll do this. And there were a lot of fluctuations and I was losing patience. I was about to give up finishing the book. And it was Anand sir who insisted that I continue. And there were issues with Council of Architecture, because Council of Architecture at one time had a policy not to publish anything because, during the COVID period and all of that. And I'm saying, what am I doing? And there is no publisher. And Anand sir said, don't worry about it. I'll publish it. But anyway, when I finished my second part, which was from pre-design to design, I sent a copy to Jayashree madam, because she had started the process and I wanted her to see the end product. आपने चावी लगाया, देखो क्या हुआ, result. So I sent it to her. And she called me back and saying, Council wants to publish it. And I'm like, oh my God, because he was going to publish it. So I talked to him and he said, no, if Council wants to publish it, let Council publish it, because Council sends it. There is a legitimacy, there is a name, but they send it to all the colleges in India. But what happened was, in between, he had said that your first book is out of print, it's not available, so let's combine first book and the second book as one book. So I had to redo some work again, because I had to re-edit the 10-year-old version and align the second version to match with the first version. And that's how the book eventually got published. So, thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. May I now invite the following dignitaries on stage for the official unveiling of the book. Council of Architecture President, Professor Architect Abhay Purohit, sir. Come on. And Professor Jayashree Deshpande, ma'am. Please. I request everyone to unveil the book and I request everyone to join in. Thank you, all the dignitaries. I request all the dignitaries to stay on stage for the next part of the evening. We now move on to a moment of appreciation and gratitude. The Council of Architecture and the Award for Excellence not only inspire participants, but also highlight the importance of learning and sharing ideas. When we come together as a community, we make the discipline of architecture stronger. With that spirit, let us warmly welcome our dignitaries. We already have Purohit sir and Jayashree ma'am on stage. I request Council of Architecture members, Professor Anirudh Paul sir and Architect Mohammad Anis sir to join us on stage, along with our jurors, Architect Sharanya Iyer ma'am, Architect Dinesh Sutar, and Professor Nagesh HD to join us on stage. Let's welcome them all on stage. I also request Rajiv Mishra sir, member of Council of Architecture, to come on stage. We shall now start our felicitation ceremony. I request Professor Akhtar Chauhan sir to kindly felicitate our guest. May I first request felicitation of President of Council of Architecture, Professor Architect Abhay Purohit sir, who's already on stage with us. Kindly welcome him with your applause. We must keep the applause going on while we welcome everyone. Next, I may request Chauhan sir to felicitate Professor Jayashree Deshpande, ma'am, Director at the National Institute of Advanced Studies in Architecture. A round of applause, please. We must not stop applauding. I now request Chauhan sir and Anand sir to felicitate the Council of Architecture members, Anirudh Paul sir, Anis sir, Rajiv Mishra sir. One. Rajiv Mishra. I invite our esteemed jurors, Architect Sharanya Iyer, sir, ma'am, Architect Dinesh Sutar, sir, and Professor Nagesh HD, sir, to join us on stage for the felicitation. The jurors, Sharanya ma'am. Yes. I request Chauhan sir and Anand sir to felicitate Architect Sharanya Iyer ma'am. Architect Dinesh Sutar, sir. Sir, architect. Professor Nagesh HD, sir. I now request Chauhan sir and Anand sir to felicitate Rajiv Mishra sir, Council of Architecture member. I now request Anand sir to felicitate Akhtar Chauhan sir and Madhav Devbak sir. We'll start with Akhtar sir. Anand sir, I request you to felicitate Akhtar Chauhan sir. I request sir to be seated. And lastly, I now request the President Architect Abhay Purohit sir to felicitate our principal, Dr. Professor Anand Achari sir. Come on, we can have a round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. Our jurors have been an integral part of this journey, and we would love to hear from them. May I now request the jury members to come and share a few words with the audience. We can start with Professor Nagesh HD, sir. Sir, do you want a mic?
First of all, it was quite an overwhelming response from the students, at least this year. This is my third stint as a jury for this Zone 3. A key observations, made, comparing to what transpired in the last two Jury Awards. There's been a very significant improvement in the way you address architectural thesis, because it requires some definition, as compared to your 8th semester or 9th semester design studio. There should be a remarkable difference between a thesis and a design studio. I think that there is some clarity in the way, you've been looking at it. The second observation is that your research component, there's enough clarity now, Otherwise, many a times, there's a requirement or a program, and you immediately jump into conclusions and say, this is my design. But here, there is a serious inquiry on how to look at a subject. And even choice of subjects, there's a phenomenal improvement. You're not getting into a typical, typology-oriented projects. But there has been a significant improvement in the way you make a choice of the project itself. That is the second observation. The third observation is you're very confident. Earlier, that confidence level was very, very low. And you're very confident about what you speak, and that reflects in the design resolution. And with this, I congratulate, all the architects, to be, and for your future endeavor. Thank you.
As a practitioner, I come to these reviews. This is my second time. I've done Zone 4, I think, previously. So I come to these reviews to feel, to kind of look forward to people to come, for architects to come, for excitement to come in the profession. And every time I come in, I get reassured that there's so many young, bright minds, there's so much enthusiasm, there's so much energy. And it makes me look forward to, aging to see how architecture grows in this country. And I feel very reassured. I second what Sir said. I took a step back to look at it in abstraction, but I second what Sir said, that there is, there is so much more involvement, how people have thrown themselves in. So many of you and your projects, I think, not only the ones that got shortlisted, but most of you have thrown yourself into understanding the problem, into really dwelling into what is it that would make a difference, and doing things that are suitable to site, to the people, the users, and to yourself. So I think this whole egocentric architectural approach wasn't evident at all, and it is so grounded in what is there and what dictates a response. So I think that's very reassuring, and I look forward to more such reviews and wish all of you the very best, and look forward to seeing you all in practice.
Namaste everyone. It was my first time, so 3 times, 2 times and first time. I normally go to the juries, and at COA Center this was first time, and I always enjoy such juries because you see very different young perspective to the same design problem, and I always enjoy such conversation. And yesterday when we were looking at all the entries, it was so involving. Like first we heard that there are like so many entries and we have to spend a lot of time, but it was amazing time we had yesterday even and today. So thank you very much for allowing us to see that. And whoever got awarded, whoever got the first prize, it doesn't matter, like whoever participated, all they were very good entries, and we really had to go through 2-3 times to just find small mistakes to evaluate and find out the first or second numbers. So all good. I was particularly, yesterday we had a debate, like because we don't know the names, it was so anonymous, and me and Sharanya were judging like, is it a girl or it is a boy? Apart from the design point of view, and today we were evaluating that when they were calling the student. And to the surprise, and it was a happy surprise, that today we took 10 juries, and there were 6 girls, 4 boys, but girls were much more enthusiastic, much more confident, and I was very happy to see that, like, they are just snatching away that position from the in the society, and they are just establishing themselves. Like, what we talk about women empowerment, that is far like away now. So very happy to see that their enthusiasm into architecture. It is always seen as boys, males territory, but no more. And happy to see their work, and they were far ahead. So thank you very much. And one thing which is said about this new generation, like Gen Z, they say that they don't work, but that is false. The way they have worked and what work I have seen in 2 days, it's remarkable, and the graphics quality, the production, everything was too good. So congratulations to all. Welcome to the field. We'll see you there. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts and words of encouragement with us. We are truly grateful for your presence. Now comes the moment we've all been waiting for. Firstly, the recognition of the finalists of Zone 3. So that I request the 10 finalists who were shortlisted today to come forward so that you can collect certificates from our dignitaries. Do we have all the 10 finalists? We request you to come over here. मेरे को पहले एक सर्टिफिकेट दो फिर वहाँ पे जाएगा स्टूडेंट लेकिन उनका नाम नहीं फर्स्ट टू सर को देना दिनेश हाँ हाँ Can we have Neha Shah on stage? I request Dinesh sir to present the certificate.
With the college name. Announce with the college name. इसमें लिखना है नीचे.
Okay.
Announce with the college name.
Okay. I will do that. I didn't. Neha Shah is from School of Planning and Architecture, Mumbai. Environment and Architecture, Mumbai, I'm sorry. C College, Mumbai. I'm so sorry. Next up is Parth Sridhar Dumale from Ayojan School of Architecture and Design, Pune. I request Dinesh sir to present the certificate. Next up is Urja Sandesh Arte from Academy of Architecture, Mumbai. I request Nagesh sir to present the certificate. Next we have Rutuja Tushar Sinare from VIT's PVP College of Architecture, Pune. I request Nagesh sir to present the certificate. Next up is Purnima Kotesha from Kamla Raja Vidyanidhi Institute for Architecture and Environmental Studies. I request Sharanya ma'am to present the certificate. Can we have Rahul Gore on stage from D.Y. Patil College of Architecture, Pune? I request Sharanya ma'am to present the certificate. Next, we have Habib Khan from Lokmanya Tilak Institute of Architecture and Design Studies, Mumbai. I request Akhtar Chauhan sir to present the certificate. Next is Yash Deepak Patil from Sinhgarh College of Architecture, Pune. I request Akhtar Chauhan sir to present the certificate. I request Anand sir to present the next two certificates. Can we have Vibhuti Manoj Bhutada from MET School of Architecture and Interior Design, Nasik. Akanksha Thakur from School of Environment and Architecture, Mumbai. Can we have Anand sir present the certificate? I now request all the 10 participants to come on the stage for a group photo with all the dignitaries. Can we have all the 10 participants?
As the youngest member of the audience, I want to take the privilege of giving a standing ovation to the students, the organizers, the jury, and President of Council of Architecture, and everyone. Thank you.
So you would prefer mic?
I now have the honor of welcoming on stage the President of the Council of Architecture, Professor Architect Abhay Purohit, sir. Please give him a warm round, loud and warm round of applause. I request you, sir, to kindly share a few words. And also proceed to announce the winners. Yes.
Namaskar. It's always a pleasure to be in the academic functions. I would have been more pleased actually to be attending possibly all the presentations and the juries which had happened, because as a teacher, it's always a pleasure to look at the new sort of the topics which are coming in and the expression which is given by the young minds with their guides as not so young guides, possibly. And every year, year on year, because this is a 20th year, by the way, this is a 20th cycle of thesis awards of Council of Architecture. Am I right, ma'am? Yeah. And that's as if yesterday it has happened. That is a sort of the continuity with which, we are doing it. So in architecture, there are very, very unique things which keep on happening around. For example, NASA itself is unique. A good organization, students' organization, the biggest students' organization. Then the thesis awards, possibly to my understanding, is at a national level, such kind of awards are only the very, very unique thing which is only happening with architecture. And every point of time, we have tried to, do something more, a bit. So I was discussing with Jayashri ma'am, I'm thinking about it for quite some time, and now this time around as such, whatever theses which have been submitted across India, which were shortlisted, we would now very carefully at a council's level would identify the projects, find out its utility. Apart from the academic competition which is happening around is a different thing, and we would try to pose it to the government ministries and other stakeholders. This actually would showcase that in architecture, there are so many things which we are doing as such and which are very, very relevant as far as the society and the nation building is concerned. That also would bridge the gap between what is happening in academics as such and what is going to be the practical application of it. So I hope that at least a few of the projects would be actually taken up, and maybe those would be the starting points, the great starting points for the young generation. There has always been a sort of a, we say, generation gap between every generation to another generation, and possibly that kind of a generation gap may also be existing also in architecture, which actually exists. And that you all guys are, going to be graduating, and you guys are going to find out your own paths as such. In that sense, one of the initiatives which from my side I'm personally taking is to, see to it that actually the young and the elders, they are capable of joining hands together. So that requires a lot of discussions, and you have to keep on talking with each other, and so that you are capable of bridging that kind of a gap. But I'm also a sort of a jealous, I don't know, is that the proper word, but possibly yes, I'm jealous of you guys. Because the excitement which is happening around in India is never seen before. You are exactly there entering into a profession at that point of time when you are most needed. The type of the infrastructural development which is going to come for another at least 3 to 4 decades is going to be phenomenal in India. The way the Indian architects would be outreaching the world is also something which would have not been seen up till now, and that all sort of excitement, possibly I would be missing at some point of time, and that's why I am jealous of you. And I also feel very, very proud that you guys are going to get those opportunities, and you are also a sort of a professional genetic continuity which is coming from us, the elders, and the parents are always proud of the achievement of their kids as such. They really do not compete with them. Their achieving the heights is considered to be a great achievement for the parents also, and that kind of a joy also possibly I would be enjoying. I was discussing with few people as such and started realizing certain things. Architecture is a very, very unique preposition. And I'm very sure that in these 5 years, when you were learning as such, you would have possibly enjoyed each and every day of it. You also would not be actually forgetting about it as to whether you practice architecture, core architecture as I call it, or maybe you come into the allied field as such. You would never ever forget the lessons which you have learned in the portals of the academic institutions where you have learned. And the reason is very, very simple, very apt. That you have learned something like 50 odd areas. Possibly, I don't know presently you remember it or not, but it doesn't matter. It would keep on coming back to you as and when required. And that's why you are jack of all trades. You have also learned something which is very, very unique, which we call as the juries. Most probably any other program doesn't have the juries the way the architects they face. And so you are capable of communicating, you are capable of putting up your ideas, you are capable of showing to those who are seniors, because your juries always have been taken by, not by your classmates. They have been taken by the seniors who are actually more experienced possibly, whatever that means. That also would have happened today, whereupon the seniors are sitting there who have more experience as such, and maybe that you are trying to put up your thought process to them, and possibly in itself, the jury actually gives the advantage of the youngsters to learn much more, and that kind of advantage comes to architecture. The architecture branch, any other branch doesn't give you that kind of a thing. You also have been, on one side as such, you are capable of discussing the philosophies, discussing the concepts. On other side, you are also very, very near to basically what you call as a technology. This essentially gives advantage to those who are the architects. Sky is going to be a limit for you. I'm very sure you all would climb very high. Only a word of caution. please do not compromise on lesser things. That is the threat. Do not underestimate, undervalue yourself at any point of time. Have that kind of a confidence. The confidence with which you have actually put up your juries here, and I'm very, very sure each and every one of you has done that sort of a thing, whereupon you wanted to demonstrate that, yes, what I have produced is actually a no-nonsense sort of a design. The creativity is full out there, and yes, that it all is actually required and very, very relevant. Have that confidence at every stage of your life. Difficulties would come. No life is a cakewalk. Profession is important till you are actually delivering it to the last extent, whereupon the best possible things is something which you are delivering. And if that is what you are going to do, you cannot compromise on the things easily. Don't compromise. Try to provide best of you, supported by research and innovation. And that's what the profession is. Do not get swayed away by the market forces, because we are actually not marketing the commodities at all. The patience is going to pay you a lot. Always believe, because we have a number of sort of the ways by which we are capable of running our practice. And that commitment as such, you keep, hold it to the highest level and work with it, because your skill set is something which actually is going to be recognized by the world and not basically the other parts of it. A building which you are going to put up there, the design which is going to be there as such has to be unique, because that is what something which you have been taught. The diversity is basically the soul of architecture. Never ever compromise. This is what something which I can expect from you, because you have been the chosen ones as such out of the entire lot. I'm not talking about the entire lot of architects. I'm talking about those architects who have presented it here, because you are the spark as such. You guys have been identified. Maintain that spark. And I'm very, very sure that the opportunities are ample. There's actually no competition between you and me. Let us not worry about it. If somebody wants to just run a bit fast, let them run. You hold on to your principles. You hold on to your truth. And that's very, very essential. I'm very, very sure. Because there are the examples whereupon the architects also actually became the architects after age of 40. There are the architects who became the architects only after the age of maybe 50. We have the examples. Check on that. Don't rush up. Because if it is about the money as such, then money could be earned by lots of other things actually, for which you need not practice profession of architecture. And I keep on telling this, and at the cost of repetition, I would say that if I want to earn money tomorrow as such, I'm capable of starting it today as such. I would go and open a very nice pan shop, and the profit margin is more than 200 plus on a day-to-day basis. And I have no harm meant to the pan shops, because it's perfectly fine. You have chosen architecture. I said somewhere, again I repeat it, I said with architecture as such, keep on saying that like LIC का जो scenario है ना, जिंदगी के साथ भी जिंदगी के बाद भी, that is true to architecture. In your absence also, your buildings would speak. You are going to be the heroes and the heroines. You are almost going to be worshipped. Actually, in fact, yes. That happens, and that kind of a glitter is there to architecture. But along with that, as such, you also have a great societal commitment as such, which we have not fulfilled up till now. There is a need to actually look at the villages. There is a need to actually satisfy those clients, work in such a fashion that we are there for the proper development as such. Hand in hand, we are capable of working with the nation. And you know that the civilizations are basically not made devoid of architecture. It's in fact the architecture which actually testifies that what kind of a civilization it was, and that is something which you are capable of doing, and that is the opportunity which you are getting. So I'm sure that you all guys are going to use it 100% or more than that. On behalf of Council of Architecture, I wish you all the very best. May all the success be yours. May the projects which you are going to actually construct and design and conceive are going to be the best possible projects which will be showcased as the best examples, as the case studies by the other generations to come. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra. Now, since I have said Jai Hind, so I cannot speak anything more than that. So actually, Jai Shri Madam actually could take it up and announce the winners. Yeah? Take the, because I have said Jai Hind. So,
we can still invite you to do something. He says that he will not say anything since he's already said Jai Hind. But we can still invite him to do something new. So now that he's back there, I think there's something important that we need to do, and that is appreciate and recognize the efforts that have gone into conducting this program, planning, implementation, and all of it. The host team at VS College of Architecture in Mumbai, Chembur have done a fantastic job. I would request Honorable President Sir to please award them these certificates for this wonderful job that they have done. Architect Ajit Nirmal, request you to please come over and have. Architect Saurabh Chaudhary. Architect Ashima Srivastava. Architect Samruddhi Falak. Architect Mandar Dhuri.
thank you.
Architect Abhishek Kadam. And last but not the least, the leader of the team, Dr. Anand Achari. I would request him to come forward and accept not just this appreciation for himself, but also for his college, Vivekananda Education Society's College of Architecture, Mumbai, Maharashtra.
have got many expectations, of course, we should keep on coming up with this. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Yeah, can I?
Now we come to the, sir.
Devi and Divya were just host for just difficult. Architect Devi. No, just blank aesthetics. Architect Devi.
Two certificates remain, I'm so sorry. I would invite Architect Devi. And Architect Divya. Since I'm bad at names, I'm requesting Dr. Anand Achari to please come forward and mention and inform us about the names of the so many different volunteers and teachers who have been a part of the team with him.
I also request Prajakta Madam, Digbijoy, Architect Digbijoy, Architect Shivani, Architect Rajesh, please come ahead, please come ahead. Architect Shomika, please come ahead. Architect Shivani, please come ahead. All of you come ahead. Architect Joel, Architect Rahul, please come ahead. Just let me know if I'm... Ajit has already. Okay. Yeah. Sheetal and Shraddha, please, they are here. I can't see them. Shivaji, Sheetal, Shraddha, are they here somewhere? They are somewhere managing something. Huh? They are still at the counters managing something for you for the snacks. Thank you, all of you.
All the very best. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I would now request Honorable President Sir to please come forward for another task which is much awaited and announce the names of the two winners of the zone who will
Give it to these two great personalities here.
youngsters.
Is that youngsters? So no, I would give the certificates, no problems. नहीं मेरे पास नहीं है ये इनके पास उनको एक और उनको एक वो नाम वो उसको नाम बोल बन में आएगा सर ऑन इट्स ऑन
Announce.
आप दोनों में से कौन सी है मतलब यंग कौन है ज़्यादा यंग कौन है हाँ ये फिर आप कुछ नहीं होगा अनाउंस नहीं
You have to announce
the name.
Akanksha Thakur from C College. Akanksha Thakur from C College.
Can all the finalists stand here, please? All the final, those who have given the jury, can they stand? Please stand at your own place.
Well, one of the two winners is Akanksha Thakur from School of Environment and Architecture, Mumbai.
The second, can you hear me? The second winner is Purnima Kotecha from Kamdara area. Yeah, thank you.
These two winners will now be invited to present their project at the national jury to be held in Ahmedabad at Nirma University in the week of 6th to 10th October. Please keep yourself free. Council will arrange for your travel and accommodation from Mumbai, or both of you are from Mumbai, to Ahmedabad, and your stay there. In addition to whatever prizes that you have won here, the 8 presenters who were selected and who have presented will get a cash prize of 10,000 each. The 2 winners will get a cash prize of 15,000 each. And at the national jury, the 2 winners in each category will get 1 lakh each, in addition to a gold medal from Christopher Benninger and 50,000 as a cash prize. The 8 runners-up, the 6 runners-up that come to the national from various zones will also get for sure a cash prize of 25,000 each. After this, our Master of Ceremonies, Architect Divya, had said that I will invite you to do the vote of thanks, but I took that privilege on my own and I said, I will do it, don't send me back to sit and come back again. So here I am for a very pleasurable task, because I know that year after year we've been doing these programs. Since 2006, we are conducting the COA Awards for Excellence in Architectural Thesis, and every year we associate with 5 schools of architecture, 5 at the zonal level and 1 at the national level. So I'm a little bad at maths, but all of you can calculate and see how many schools have been a part of this initiative since inception till today. So I would like to place on record my sincere thanks to everybody who has contributed to this program, not just the planning, the implementation, but also motivating by their presence and blessings by being behind us. I begin my first thank you to the youngest members of the audience, Professor Madhav Devbhakta sir, Professor Naresh Shah sir, Professor Akhtar Chauhan sir, all of them who have been with us through the day, inspiring, motivating and blessing. Thank you so much, sir. I would like to thank Professor Rajiv Mishra, member of the Council of Architecture, who in spite of whatever he is doing, whenever he is invited on a platform of the council, always willingly comes over and is there as a very strong support in whatever we do. Thank you so much, Rajiv sir. I would also like to thank the several heads of schools who are with us today and senior faculty, not just for being with us today, but also nominating the best students from their schools to participate in this program. Without your support, without your presence, this program would not be what it is today. I can see Professor Aparna Surve, she was one of the hosts of a zonal jury similar to this, prior to this. I can see Rakesh Shekatkar, he was here from Pune. Where is Harish Shetty? Harish Shetty, sir, who is behind the camera. Professor Anil Nagarath, Professor Harshad Mehta, Harshad Bhatia, Harshad Mehta. Harshad Bhatia. Thank you so much, and thank you all of you whom I may not have named. I can see Neela Dupti there, and yes, so many of you. My sincere thanks to all of you for, yes, Harshad sir is back. Thank you. My next thank you goes to our jury panel, 3 architects, senior, who head schools, teach at schools of architecture, and also conduct their own practice. Architect Sharanya, Architect Nagesh, and Architect Dinesh. Thank you so much for being with us. And please do remember that this is a bond which doesn't end here, but we keep calling you again and again. And I do hope that you will be with us on future. Future cycles of the program. My thank you also to the awards committee of the Council of Architecture. We have 2 representatives here. Professor Anirudh Paul, formerly the principal of Kamla Raheja, now a professor, who has been with us on this program, I think since inception almost, and a veteran, so always there to guide us. We also have Dr. Rama Subramaniam, who's not here today, but principal of Dayanand Sagar College of Architecture. These 2 have been with us right from almost day 1. Thank you so much. Professor Anis Mohammed from Miyasi College of Architecture, Chennai, has joined us recently on the committee a few years ago. And together with him, we have 3 more representatives from different parts of the country who help us to conduct and organize in their respective zones. So in the north, we have Amit Hajela from Delhi. South, we have Anis Mohammed. Who else is there? Can you remind me and tell me? Neeti Trivedi from MIT College in Pune. No. Vaishali Latkar is part of the Heritage Awards Committee. And Milind Guzarkar from Ideas, Nagpur. These 4 are our addition to the awards committee, and I must say a big thank you to them because they are there with us to help us out at every center. Thank you so much. My next thank you goes to all the participants of the program, and this particular zone has been amazing. We've had 120 entries in the UG thesis plus 30 entries in the documentation awards. That makes it 150. It is, I think, the biggest number in this year. The documentation awards participants have been with us through the day and have been waiting eagerly to know what is the result of their awards program. I have to tell you that your evaluations are going on, and very soon we would be writing to you emails to tell you who are the winners in your zone. We will have 2 winners in each category of the documentation awards in each zone. That makes it 6 winners in each zone and 5 zones, that is 30 winners across the documentation awards. And we would invite you all to be present at the national jury once more, to be conducted at Nirma University, Ahmedabad. That is when you will be invited to make your presentations in front of a eminent panel of jurors. So please do look forward to our email communication. Today, your projects which you had submitted in this zone were on display so that all the other schools in this zone would be able to see the kind of work that is done and also judge on their own who are likely to be winners of this zone. Thank you, all of you. Please collect your participation certificates before you leave. My thank you once more to the school. They have done a lot of work, I have already said. But this thank you is special because untiringly they have responded to every demand that we have made. And believe me, we are quite demanding. Professor Architect Naresh Shah substantiates that because he's saying that I am very demanding. But I must also appreciate that he has responded to my demands every time. There was a time when I called him and I asked him, I hope I'm not disturbing you, but I want to talk to you about your book. So he says, it's okay, you go ahead. But he was on the way to the hospital for treatment on his leg. I was so surprised at the positivity and the energy that came across on the phone. So he was the one, although he says, yes, I'm demanding, but I must say, your response has been something that I truly appreciate, and I really admire you for the kind of support that you have provided. Thank you so much. And it was lovely to see the book standing there. That was something that we were both looking forward to for many years. And now the other demand that I'm placing before you in front of the August gathering is that we are looking forward to the third book. Thank you, host college, thank you, host team, and thank you, everybody. If I have inadvertently left out anybody, please do forgive me. But thank you to everybody once more. I have forgotten, but actually I must recognize them because the president of the Council of Architecture, Professor Abhay Purohit, I shouldn't say, he's saying, why should you say thank you? But he has been a major support in so many things that TRC has been doing in the last 3 years. His vision, the thoughts that he shares with us, and little things that he says push us to do things which we would have never imagined that we will do. The kind of support that we are getting from so many ministries, we are running so many programs from the different ministries. For the first time, we are getting funds they may be small in terms of amount, but the thing is that the trickle has started. So thank you, sir, for maintaining this positive energy. And thank you to the council office in Delhi, headed by the registrar, for always being there for whatever kind of support that we need. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you, ma'am, for concluding the event. I now request everyone to please rise for the national anthem as we conclude the COA Awards Zone 3 ceremony.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंच पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
All the participants requested to come in front of the stage soon. Only the participants. All the participants. All participants. Only participants. Please come ahead quickly. Digvijay, faculty, please guide them. Please come for a group photograph. Participants, please. Hey, Ajit, guide them. No? Joel, Rahul, just guide them, push them.
All the participants are also requested to fill up the feedback forms. Only then you shall be getting your certificates. Please fill up the feedback forms.